T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
She packed my bags last night, pre-flight.
Ground control to Major Tom.
0 hour, 9 a.m.
Ground control to Major Tom.
And I'm gonna
Take
be
your protein pills and put
high
your helmet on.
as a kite by then.
Ground control to Major Tom. You're a rocket man.
I miss the earth so much. I miss my wife.
Commencing countdown, engines on.
It's lonely out in space.
Ground control to Major Tom.
On such a
Check ignition, check ignition.
timeless
And
flight.
may God's love be with you. 2, 1.
And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me round again to find I'm not the man they think I am at home. Oh no, 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 I'm a rocket man. A rocket man burning out his fuse up here.
Ground control.
the stars look very different today. And all the science I don't understand. It's just my job 5 days a week. Rocket man, rocket man. Ground control to Major Tom, and I took my step. There's something wrong to go. Major Tom, can you hear me, Major Tom? Can you hear me, Major Tom? Tell my wife I love her very much. She knows. Can you hear? Am I floating around my tin can? Far above the world. Planet Earth is blue, and there's nothing I can do. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me round again to find I'm not the man they think I am at home. Oh no, 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 I'm a rocket man. Rocket man, burning out his fuse out here alone. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgy. Oh man, look at those numbers down there in the bottom right-hand corner. All day yesterday, we were struggling to get shares borrowed. Not seeing any borrowing going on, and then they pulled through in the after hours and borrowed, looks like about 2.45 million shares. Very, very interesting. And guess who didn't take screenshots of it last night? I'm so angry at myself. It's like every single time I decide not to take a screenshot in the aftermarket hours, or I don't decide, I forget, and this is what happens. This is how I get repaid. Oh well. I'll go back and look at my video earlier, because guess what, guys? If you look at the ETF shares that have been borrowed this morning, they're down to 1 million. I think they were around 3 million yesterday, which, on Stonko Tracker, we had only seen 1.8 million having been borrowed. If you add an additional 2 million to that, that puts us closer to what we would normally see. But for now, I'm just going to count what I saw yesterday and put that on my cheat sheet here. And we're just going to add all of everything that we can find from yesterday till now for today. So I'm going to adjust my cheat sheet here. I'm going to start off today by pulling up Suck, Squeeze, Bang, Blow theory, just to pull it up here and update it. And good morning to everybody, by the way. That was an interesting song piece that I found on YouTube. It was a mashup of Elton John's Rocket Man and David Bowie's Major Tom, which I thought was really cool. I've never even would have considered putting those two songs together, and that was an excellent rendition by Yoya. No idea who that is. They deserve so much more credit than they have. Anyways. Well, they're borrowing more shares today like something's going to happen. Or they borrowed them for yesterday. I mean, they didn't really do anything to the price yesterday. They did most of their borrowing at late night last night, and so to me it looks like JP that they're expecting something more to happen today than it happened yesterday. So, in regards to what exactly, I can't really say. We'll have to see when we get there. But definitely some borrowing going on this morning well, actually it was late last night. So far all I've seen let's go over all the data, guys. We got to go over it together. Let's go over everything together. I don't know. I mean, let's take a look at stuff here, JP. Taking over the stats page. So who got a point yesterday? Eric was the only one. Eric had a price prediction between 27 and 30. Our closing price was 28.79, so he's in there. He was the only one to get a point. Let's give him his tally mark. Short exempt volume. A little bit down. It was 572.4. Utilization. 76.81%. Day-over-day price increase. We had a decrease of negative 0.76. The year I was born, 1976. Good number. I always like 76. I am a bicentennial baby. Let's see how much they stuffed into that off exchange. 53.74 was the last number we saw yesterday. I'm going to refresh that. And it ended up being just about 54% put into the off exchange. That's kind of been about average for what we've been seeing lately. I'd say that's pretty average. But it is JP's favorite number, 53.99. 53, very nice. When looking at Ortax, there's a new one, Ortax, because they like to charge you. Estimated current short charges to the free float is at 17.44%. I do believe that's slightly up from what it was yesterday. We'll pull up the Ortex data here in just a minute, and we'll take a look at the actual numbers. While we're while I'm doing that, I have to log into Fidelity. Just so you guys know, I just briefly went past the page where you guys are writing stuff. I can't answer questions when I'm doing the technical analysis because I can't see what you guys are writing. I use my secondary screen to pull up all the separate pages and go through everything. So if you have questions that you want me specifically to answer, you're going to have to wait until after I'm done with the technical analysis. When you see my picture go back up on the screen, that's when I'll probably be able to see you and what you're writing. Okay, I'm logged into Fidelity. Drag this one over. All right, moving to the top right-hand side of the screen, we're going to re-upload the institutional shares owned. I have still not paid for a new subscription yet for Fintel. Eventually. Okay, it doesn't look like it's changed. It's still 171,862. Yeah. Max Payne. Max Payne, Max Payne, where are you at? $32 is Max Payne. It's been that way since Monday. Well, yesterday. I'll bet that dips to 31. I'm gonna say 31. Let's see. Let's refresh it. See what this says. Yep, $31. Let's take a look at our open interest, refreshing the the options chain. Scrolling down to see our lottery ticket winners, down at an $85 strike price. As of yesterday, there was 8.7 thousand contracts. Today there's 9.9. Highest level of volume. Wow. The highest level of volume is $65 strike price, guys, on open interest. Yesterday it was 49. That's pretty large. I gotta put it in there. 65 bucks. Yesterday there were 16.2 thousand contracts open at 49. There's now 16.3, so that went up by about 100. But I'm seeing it at $65 strike price. There's 21.9 thousand contracts that are open. That's pretty large. On the put side of things, highest amount of volume currently at a $29 strike price. Let me just verify that. Nope, I take that back. 25. Yesterday that was the same number. It was 25 yesterday with the highest amount of open interest, and it was 13.7 yesterday. It's now 11.1. A lot less faith on those $25. So the spread. Oh no, I take that back. It was 10,000 yesterday, not 11 point. What did I just say? How much? I said 13.7. It was 10. I'm sorry, it was 10. So it did increase by 1.1. I was looking at the wrong spot on my cheat sheet. Taking you guys over to the other page. Let's take a look at, because they borrowed those shares such last minute, I would assume that it's going to show, and it does. There's our on loan amount, and here's our on loan average age per day dropping even more. I've been calling it an alligator for such a long time that I should probably stick to that. But depending on where I move this time frame to, you can see it scale differently. But man, this thing is just absolutely crunching down. These two numbers are crunching down on each other. We got to see the end. We got to see the end of this drop here before we start seeing really big moves in price. So far, it has gone from 79 down to 68. Prior to January's run-up, the drop on that number was from 51 down to 20. So it was a 31-point drop. Right now we just have an 11-point drop. Seeing the on loan amount increasing back up to 99.46 is really good. I like that. All right, let's take a look at utilization. Why did utilization go up? Pulling my cheat sheet over and my calculator so we can do a little maths. We're going to take the shares on loan that's right above the calculator. We're going to take those shares on loan. divided by our utilization, giving us 129.4 million shares available to loan in total. In total, there's 129.4, which means they found a lot more shares to borrow. It was 124.2 yesterday. 129.4. Wow. I had guesstimated that they had sold off about 30 million of the institutional shares that were on loan or available. If that's correct, and it was 30, it would mean that 140 would be the max that we could get to for total loaned out, which would be less than this 155 million. But if they start buying shares back, institutions will know it. Very similarly to what we saw on Friday, the last hour. So as it stands, if they only have 140 million shares left, and we're up to 129.4, utilization should start spiking up here pretty soon, especially with the rate that they're borrowing. So I'm going to subtract the total amount of shares on loan from this number, and that gives us 30,000 or 30 million shares available to borrow. That is slightly up from what it was yesterday. So even though they have more shares left available to borrow, utilization still went up because of the fact that they borrow, or there's so many more shares available to borrow. That 124 to 129 number. So here's what here's what our utilization looks like going up again. And here's what our exchange reported SI looks like. Oops, sorry, wrong one. Free float percentage. Oh man, estimated current short share interest of the free float's showing 18.35%. I didn't notice that. I just now noticed. Why did I think I saw a smaller number a minute ago. That is definitely starting to skyrocket, guys. Rocket Man. Rocket Man! Estimated current short share interest of the free floats is just going to really start stacking the more loans that they take on here. We're in the beginning phases. We're in the very beginning phases, so don't expect huge price movements just yet. They're coming. I'll let you know when they're right around the corner, but we're getting close. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC not making the top 10 list this morning. We're in 12th with a strong 62% buy to 38% sell. If we finish today above 60-40 on the buy versus sell ratio, we will have been on a massive buy for the last 2 straight weeks. For the last 2 straight weeks, we've had 60-40% or better. And a lot of the time it's been 70. GME currently in 16th position with 78% buys to 22% sales. So they're looking very strong themselves. Here's where I failed right here, guys. As I pull this down here, you can see the ETFs. They're milking the ETFs away right now. It almost looks to me, it looks a lot to me like they're unbundling the ETFs. And I don't know why they would do that. It's been forever since we've seen something like that happen. But the ETFs are just disappearing. Absolutely disappearing. It was like I want to say it was 3 million shares yesterday, and now we're down to. All right, give me a second. I got to pull this up. I'm going to take you guys. No, I got to look this up. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen here just a second, but I guess I'll wait until I'm done with the technical analysis and then I'll look it up. But we need to figure out how many shares they've borrowed. So let me finish this out here. 7,000 contracts are in the money on the calls. 44.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. green. Our eastern side of the world is green pretty much everywhere except for the Shenzhen, which is down 0.38%. I had read an article saying Evergrande was pretty much just saying that they're done, but for some reason they went up. I saw somebody post something about price in their stock went up for some reason. The VIX is down in pre-market 11.38. Tesla is up 3.46. Hood is up 2.74. Amazon is up 1.8. Cinemark is up 4.21. That's interesting. I'll tell you what I'm thinking here in a minute. Dogecoin is down 0.28. GameStop is up 3.38, and AMC is up 3.79 in the pre-market. Let me refresh this over here. 289.216. Okay, so we had, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was like 51-point spread. 73. There was a 73-point spread of inflow versus outflow. So meaning there was $73 more million worth of shares purchased. And I saw this last night, and I was talking to, and this is why you can't see my order flow, because I was talking to AP last night, and I said, look at this right here on this side here. Large scale orders in the last 5 days, 3.66. We had a bunch of large scale orders yesterday, and 0 sells, only the large scale. A lot of massive amounts of buying going on. 73 million shares were purchased yesterday, more than sales in value. And you know, yet we finished the day down 0.76%. I think that's going to start showing up here somewhere. Volume today is, I don't know if I said 63.3 yesterday. That's not what I meant. But today's volume is 63.3 thousand shares. We got another 30 minutes before our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, which should double it. We'd probably be looking at like 140,000 shares. I think today's going to be a surprise day in volume, but I'm going to have to guess like a low number for the most part, based off of what the pre-market's doing here. On the daily interval, just looking at these indicators down here at the bottom and not this big mess on the screen, it looks like there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.47, which is way oversold. On a 1 hour, actually I'm going to leave it on the day for just a second, zoom in on this. We are in what appears to be a wedge pattern. So we had broken out going down of our wedge from the 5-month wedge, but now on the more near term, so let's see, this would be like August to current. We're at the very bottom of this wedge here, super very bottom edge. So if we see a nice bounce off that and then come back up and do a nice retracement, we could have a very nice recovery. But we're looking for today to hold at least 26.78. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI of 56.04, right down the middle. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.82, so it's above average on the RSI. And on a 5-minute interval, we have, looks like just slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure, and it looks like it crossed over here just a little bit ago. RSI right down the middle at 52.41. So this really could go either direction. Most of the data is looking like it's got room to move either way. Our pre-market data has just been super heavy. in price. We haven't seen this kind of pre-market upwards movement in a while, I don't think. All right, I need to look at yesterday's data real quick here. So give me a second, guys. I'm gonna put my picture back up on the screen, but I'm not gonna read your guys' comments just yet. I need to look this information up. I really need to see how many shares that they've borrowed here. Well, I went to the screen where I could read what you guys are writing, and the first thing I see is Remtax. Good morning, sir. I tuned into you today. Yesterday was my first time finding and watching you, and I really appreciate the info wisdom you put on us. I really appreciate it. We're stronger together, right? That's the whole mantra. Apes stronger together, or sorry, apes together strong. Said it backwards. And you know, we benefit each other. We benefit each other by me doing this. So it's a mutual thing. I appreciate you being here. Welcome to the family. Let me look at yesterday's data. On my phone real quick here. I gotta watch yesterday's video and see what the last reporting was for Stonko Tracker. Give me 1 second. I don't know about you guys, but I hate hearing my voice. Let's see, right about here. It was 3.2 million shares. So this is the whole reason why. I mean, part of the reason why. One of the many reasons why I do these live streams is so we can go back and look at the data. Because my goodness, there's some crazy stuff that happens with this data. So it's good to have a good live tracking of what's going on. Yesterday there was 5.6. We ended the day with 5.6 million shares available to borrow. In the ETFs, it was 3.2. So we've watched. I'm going to take you guys back to Stonko Tracker here just for a second. ETFs are like non-existent. I can't highlight it. I don't know why. I can't highlight. Non-existent. Oh, there we go. Now I can. So I can just go ahead and subtract 3.2. That's 2.6 million shares in ETFs they borrowed overnight. I'm showing 5.6 million shares. It's showing 5.6 available to borrow. So we'll look at the history and we'll just count what we can see in the history here. So we got 300,000 share drop here. So plus 0.3. And then they returned those shares and then they borrowed another 400,000 shares here. So in total, it looks to me like they've borrowed about 3.3 million shares. Now, I really wish I had taken a screenshot last night because this is only reporting up to midnight. If they would have traded some shares back and forth, we would have caught that. But so far, I can only account for 3.3 million shares having been borrowed so far this morning. Good morning, Sandy. Ishin, good morning. Ortex's short interest is somewhat wrong. So, I actually, AP and I had this discussion last night. We were talking about short exchange. Well, he had made a comment that only what was reported, and I'm going to pull this up over here so you guys can see it, but only what was reported is what was on the exchange reported short interest. And so we actually went through and we looked up all the puts for like the last 6 months or for the next 6 months out and added them all up together. And believe it or not, this number of 87 million, 87.46 million is really close. So the short interest that's being estimated right now at 94.12 million shares that are on loan currently is probably high. So I would agree with what you're saying right there, Yishin. Um, Wait, you're saying it's better? I mean, based on what we could pull for short interest, all we could find was like, I want to say it was like around that 87.46 number. So I don't know. It should be a really easy number to figure out because short interest is just simply the amount of loan shares for short positions. So it should be a really easy number to figure out by looking to see how many contracts are open between, open and in current volume between right now and however far out they go. Should be pretty simple to figure out. All right, I'm scrolling back up here to the top to see what you got. Good morning, JP. Yishin asked, do people make money when they invest in incest and hedge funds usually? And I know what you meant. You meant invest, but it's funny the way you said it though. And good morning, Kim. I would say that yeah, they probably do make money in the past. In the past, I think investing in hedge funds would probably net you some good money. There, I see you. You corrected. Good morning, bad back. Good morning, Roberto. My thoughts on Citadel Visto. I don't know what that is. Oh, not being able to, yeah, that's absolutely, we talked a little bit about that. Dr. Mori actually made a comment about that and said it's not unusual for them to change their policies, but he did think that that was a bit high. Um, I think it's, I think it's, I think it's shady. I think it's really, really shady. Some people had mentioned, I was reading last night, some people had mentioned that Madoff had done something very similar to that back in 2008. Not allowing people to take their money out. That led to some jail time. Yeah, it's like 6.25% per quarter. And you're right. I did the math last night. It's exactly 4 years. If you're invested with Citadel, it would take you four years to pull your money out. I wrote kind of a satirical message on my page on Twitter last night. I said, I don't know if I can get in trouble for this or not, but I said, if you're invested in Citadel, run. Run as fast as you can. Take the penalty and get as much of your money as you can before they go belly up. That's what's going to happen is some of their investors are going to start panicking and leaving. Talk about a catalyst. Holy smokes. If they lose investors, yeah, last time this happened was 2008. Yes. I need my coffee, Yishin. I don't know if you guys noticed or not, but I have not had coffee this week. I didn't have it yesterday, and I don't have it today. I'm hurting. I'm hurting. Scrolling down. I am not your friend with benefits. Okay, fine. Just when it comes to stock prices. No homo. Yes, I can tweet you, adult drowned. Let me make sure and see what you said. Um, oh, you said if possible, could you tweet me? I may not be making the correct connection, but if it's the same, if you have the same username, I'll look you up because I don't see you on. I don't see unless I just don't know what you're. Let me look you up here. I got adult drown. Were you born? Are you born in August 26th? Uh, adult drowned. Oh, Tim. Tim asking the most important question. Did you get your kitchen cleaned before your wife showed yesterday? You wouldn't believe it, but right after I got off, as soon as I put the headset down, my dog started going nuts, and I was like, "Oh crap, she's here!" And so I went over and I unlocked the door, opened up the door so he could go run out and meet her, and then and then I ran over to the kitchen and started cleaning as fast as I could. And you know what she does? She walks into the kitchen and she starts helping. Are you kidding me? Like, come on. Who works 13 hours in a night and then comes home and starts cleaning the kitchen with you? Come on. And I don't understand her. I just don't understand her. She puts up with too much. It's clean this morning. It's clean this morning though. Yeah, I can look you up, man. Let me put it in here. Zach, I'm like almost always positive that the price is going to come down and you know and when the market opens. I'm almost always positive the market's going to go down, or not the market, but AMC. So I do expect to see a little bit of a retracement off of this for sure. I don't expect it to hold, but you know, it could just be temporary. Let's see. I gotta put him in here. The real D Byron. The real D. Look at you. I looked you up. I followed you. I'm now following you. Let me see what you said. Right after I get done looking you up, then I see your tweet about or your message. Um, Hi, I seen that you got my message to Dave, which is great. I deleted because he needs to tell his people about it. But Smart Money used this as a sign to enter because the fourth part of is the proof that it's a spring. Then to totally screw the short hedgies, they shoot the price up and lock them in. After the shoot up to the top of the trading range, they let the IV cool down while they slowly sell off, and they make a dip to scare out more people and collect more. Anyway, I hope this was helpful for you, and I hope Dave decides to message me because this upcoming fourth move is very key to the whole Wyckoff signal. I believe the amount should be exactly 27.10. 27. I left the amount down that it's going to drop to is 27.10 on the secondary dip. It looks like I missed some portion of this thread here. Yeah, I did. I didn't actually click on a part of this, so let's see. The retest is the same amount as the test before the spring, and if you look at July that you use it as a signal too. It's taught in the Wyckofian classes, so all the hedgies know this is a sign to start bringing the price up. It doesn't go shooting up immediately, but a small while then. I hope you don't. Let's see. I mean, that's certainly within the realm of possibility. So based off of what I've seen in the past, our red line is 29.10, right? We shot well past that in the pre-market hours. Remember, I was telling you guys, we got to just absolutely just blow past that 29.10, and that's the only way that we're going to get through there. And we actually blew past the next level of support, which was 29.35. Price kept on moving up, so we're probably heading towards higher highs. That's probably the best way to put it, higher highs. The number that you put, now let me just add something to the number that you put. You put 27.10. And I'm going to add 20% to that. And I'll tell you why here in just a second. 27.10 times 0.2 plus 27.10. That, wow, 32.52. Okay, so 32.52, really close to my dotted blue line. I got 32.38. I see that as a possibility. But I think it might be the other way around. I think it might actually be the other way around. I think it might actually go up to that value and then come back down to that 27 that you're talking about. And I know that seems so weird, right? Us going up to $32.50 some odd cents or 32.20 and then coming back down to 27. But it's really, I think it's that diving board. You're talking about a springboard, and they really have to have a 20% drop to get the most amount of paper hands. So if this were to go down from right now, $30.08, like if this market opened up right at the price that it's at right now, started to drop, our red line is way down here. It's much further than your 27.10. Or I shouldn't say red line. Let's go with the blue line. The blue line's 19.5% down, which would be 24.52. So I think the upwards momentum has to happen first before you have that 20% drop. That 27% drop or 20% drop to 27.10 would have us going up first in price. So there's a very good chance that we see this go up. I mean, think about that psychologically. Think about how psychologically impacting it is to see us having dropped all the way down to 25 bucks, right? And then this thing starts shooting back up. Everybody's like, "Yay, we're going back up." And then all of a sudden you see it tank all the way back down to 27. Psychologically, that hurts so much more than us going back down to 27.10 from 28.79 or from 29.90, right? That doesn't hurt. 29.90 down to 27.10 right off the bat doesn't hurt. Going up to 32 and then down to 27 and then to some new amazing high, it would be way more likely because it sheds more shares. After MOASS, Casey will have a maid. She is a good one, Remtech. She's definitely a good one. And I'm keeping her. Hopefully I can make it so she never has to work again. Unless she wants to. on what she wants to work on. She actually has a business idea, so. It did. It absolutely did run. It went down before heading back up. You're right. Check on AMC coin on coin market. I'm not sure what that means. Sylvia Payne, welcome to the channel. We got about 8 more minutes left here until we get our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. We're currently trading 66,000 shares at this time, so a doubling would put us at about 120, and that does not give me a very large amount of volume for volume prediction for the day. At 120, I would have to say probably between 40 and 60 million shares traded for the day. You know, I had talked about pulling up Suck Squeeze Bang Blow, and I never did it. Let's pull her up. Let's get her upper. Blinding you in 3, 2, 1. Good morning, Salty Dog. Oh, Salty Dog, man, my space call got hijacked last night. Did you see that? I saw you come in, and then I saw you leave, and I was like, yeah, I hear you, buddy. I hear you. I was kind of feeling the same way. I was like, hijack. I got hijacked. Let's see here. 12.6. Let's put in our data. 28.79 was our closing price. Our total volume for yesterday. Drum roll. 44,951,400. That was down 32%. Let me adjust yesterday's data, make sure it's accurate. It is. The day before is accurate. Okay. So all the data is accurate here. I'm still going to color this gray. I have a feeling, guys, what I'm going to end up doing with the Suck Squeeze Bang Blow is that this spike up on 11:15, where volume spiked up 69% and we had a 6.7% increase in value. We went from 40 to 42. That's not the day. Where's the day where we went to 4? Here, this one right here, 11:8. I have a feeling I'm going to end up coloring this one red. I'm going to do it right now and call it the blow. I have a feeling that's what I'm going to end up doing. I think we had a 1-day blow, and that was it. I don't know. It wasn't nearly enough volume. The price was good. The price increase was an 8.06% increase. I'll revisit this, but I mean it's just not this bang period here has got too many weird things going on. We had institutions selling off. We had AMC insiders selling off. Some just a lot of really weird stuff that happened in here. The space was a bit frothy. So the one thing I think I'm going to do in the future on my space calls is I'm going to title it AMC and ADD family only. Because my whole purpose on doing space calls is not so we can just all sit around and stroke our egos and stuff like that. I want it to be an opportunity to be able to meet you guys. Um, I don't know. I guess I don't really feel like I need the powwows. I really want to get to know people. So the community. So that's probably what I'll do in the future on some of those space calls and try to keep it more related to maybe some of our inside jokes or maybe some of the things that we talk about throughout the day, things that we want to talk about, things that we're talking about on the show. I'm a little, I don't know. I feel like sometimes, I don't know if you guys feel this way or not, but I feel like with all these NFTs that are out there, I feel like we're getting advertised to. Um, and quite frankly, I don't care about NFTs. I mean, I care about them, but only in reference to AMC. Like if AMC stock's going to get, participate in an NFT and it's going to make the company some money, I care about it. If it's an NFT that is non-related to AMC and is, just something that we can all like show off, I don't care about it. I really just don't care. Um, I don't know. And I don't care about shills who are trying to dissuade us. That apparently that's happening quite a bit on Twitter right now. There's a bunch of shill people who are going in and saying like this is why you shouldn't be owning or why they're shorting AMC. I don't care. Short it all you want. I see the data. I see the data and I know where this is going and I know who's going to lose. So, they can talk all they want about why they think that you should short AMC or why AMC should be shorted, and I just disagree. But there is a lot of drama on Twitter. Just my general perspective. You don't have to agree with me. And I don't like drama, guys. I really don't like drama. I try to avoid it. I don't like confrontation. Yes, Nikki, I saw you there as well, and I invited you up to talk, and I really wanted to, say I wanted to hear from family, from you guys, and it was, definitely, it was, I don't know. Next time, I'm gonna bring people up to the top to talk, and I'm gonna say like, "Hey, do you watch AMC and ADD?" If they say no, I'll be like, "All right, well, next person." I feel like I have to take control. I have to take control and run it because I wanted to hear you guys talk. Active Douglas was there. Nikki was there. Salty Dog was there. I think JP might have been there for a little bit too, if I'm not mistaken. There was quite a we had a few people from the show here show up. I was looking for Bad Back. I was wondering if Bad Back was going to show up or not. And I don't recall seeing him. Here's our 7 a.m. stick of pokey stick of volume. I'm starting to see a little bit of a trend here. For the last 3 days now, Friday, Monday, and today, it hasn't been doubling our volume, which is unusual. it's coming in short. Like today, we went into this with what, 66,000 shares traded? I gotta do math. Ugh, too early for this. Minus 34. Yeah, it's about 67,000 shares traded going into 7 a.m. And 7 a.m. only ends up providing 34.6 thousand shares. So I'm going to have to revise my 40 to 60 number here. And I'm actually going to have to go lower and say 3050. And I think that might even be on the high side. But I'm going to go 3050 million for prediction. You know, bad back, that was partially my fault. So I'm going to set up right now, since you just said that, I'm going to set up tonight's space call right now. I'm going to schedule it. And I'm going to title it AMC and ADD Family Powwow. And we're going to make it for 6 p.m. Central Standard Time tonight. And I'm tweeting it. So if you look me up, Badback, on Twitter, you'll see it there. What I'll end up doing is I'll post as soon as I go live with it. I'll post it. I did start 7 minutes later than normal last night due to, I think I was writing something up. Oh yeah, I remember. I was writing up a somebody. I was having a little bit of a debate with somebody about DRS shares. So I was like, this is important. I had to take care of that. So I wanted to hear your take on the article by Dr. Metzer. Yes, I don't know who he is. He's shown up on my Twitter account recently. I'm not following, and he only follows like 3 or 4 people. So he has quite the following in contrast to how many he follows, which to me is a sign that he's probably a legitimate person and is not just some kind of fake account. Um, I think what his message is insane. This guy is literally saying, now is your last chance to sell out of everything. I mean, he's not even for a manager, for a portfolio manager, to sit there and tell you that you should sell out of everything and only buy GME or AMC or anything that has any ETF that's involved in ownership of those two stocks is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. He's not telling you to diversify. He's literally telling this guy probably sounds like the guy who said the sky is falling. What's Chicken Little? He sounds like Chicken Little to the rest of his coworkers. He is literally saying the sky is falling, everything is going to collapse around us. Sell everything and make sure you're only invested in AMC or GME, and that's it. And I'm shocked. I'm really shocked by it. This is a portfolio manager. At least he claims to be. And that's just, I mean, that says something. I think the older the portfolio managers that are out there who've been through a couple of these rodeos, 2001, 2008, I think they see the writing on the wall. They may not want to believe it because when the market takes a downturn, they really got to start working. It's not just easy money anymore. It then becomes a job, a real hard job. Um, this guy's saying sell everything. He's not saying sell he's not saying like you're saying, Billy. He's not saying buy gold. He's saying sell everything and buy AMC or GME and that's it, or any kind of exchange traded fund that owns that. It's just insane. Why did he say it? He said it. Part of his reasoning was he said that the start to the crash of our economy is going to be Evergrande, and he said that as soon as that goes through, that this whole thing is our entire market's just going to crash. And he said this a day or two ago. I didn't retweet it. I probably should have. I guess I could see if I can find it. It'd probably take me a hot minute. Oh no, I can just look him up. Salty Dog's on it by putting his name in here. I'll just look him up and we'll pull it up here and we'll look at it. That's not it. I think he might have had a misspelling of his name because I'm not seeing that pop up when I look for him. Oh, here it is. Nope, that's not it. Man, I can't find him. Salty Dog, if you've got, oh, there it is. Dr. Marco Metzler. Look at that. Salty Dog coming through. Let's see here. Salty Dog, congratulations. You've been awarded moderator status. Tread lightly. Do not be a mom or a crazy Pepe. Okay. So here's the guy. Dr. says, I am a rating analyst who managed more than 1.2 billion in client assets as CFO of Prisma Life, known from the Great Reset Report and Evergrande. Or known from. He's saying he's known from, so he's got it looks to me it says euros, so he's obviously a European manager. Here we go. Here's his post. This is insane. Now is the last opportunity to sell everything. Everything, right? One exception, go long on AMC GME and cryptocurrencies backed with it. My own funds are in my investment firm FMPC Consulting AG. 2 weeks ago, I went short buying put options on market indices worldwide with a strike price of 50%. So he basically like and what drives me nuts here is the fact that he said 50%. He didn't say like how much. He just went through every single market, cut the price in half, and went for a strike price of whatever half that value was. That's nuts. Every single one of these this Dr. Marco Metzler's colleagues is probably thinking that this gentleman is insane, absolutely insane. Especially, oh man, they've got to be thinking it. They have to. I'm thinking he's kind of insane. I mean, I feel like he's right, but I mean that's um, very crystal ballish. He's looking into his crystal ball. Crazy Pepe said, "I can hear you." So yeah, I mean, it's to me it paints a bleak picture. Um, if he's right, if he's 100% right, and we let's just come over here and look at some of the let's look at some of the indices. Let's just take the Dow Jones as an example. Yeah, I guess we'll just take the NASDAQ. Let's take the NASDAQ, for example. Cut that number in half. It's currently trading at 15,225. Cut that number in half. That's the kind of stuff that I saw have happen in 2001. I started dumping. I started dumping my positions after I lost like a third of my money. And in the 2 days that it took me to close out my positions, the price had dropped. The price had dropped like so much more because I was in primarily just mutual funds, but the price I ended up losing another third. I lost 2/3 by the time I could actually trade out in 2 days. If it happens that fast, um, boy, markets will just be reeling. You know, it'll be uh, it'll be chaos, absolute chaos. And the strange part behind all this would be the strange part. Um, you can directly tie 9/11 to our market crash, right? I guess there was the dot com. There was the dot com crash first, but then there was 9/11, and 9/11 really kind of sparked it off, really spiraling down. Um, so you have like events that occurred that are kind of big events, like they called it the dot com bubble, and then 2008 was the housing bubble. What bubble are they going to call it this time? What kind of event or bubble are they going to call it this time? This doctor. Marco Metzler. This Dr. Marco Metzler is the kind of guy that when they go to do some kind of movie on this after it's all said and done, he's gonna be the guy that possibly one of the names that you end up remembering from the movie because he was calling it before everybody else. Sean says crypto bubble. That actually is uh, that's actually not a bad. So here's the deal. Gosh, I wish I would have had AP send me a picture of that. So AP and I, when we were talking last night, we had one of the things I asked him to do is I asked him to overlay the VIX on top of AMC and crypto Bitcoin. So we had all three indices all on one page, and something really peculiar happened with Bitcoin. Um, Bitcoin was inversely related to AMC's price movement right up until I think it was like middle of August, and then something happened. In the middle of August, all of a sudden, Bitcoin started doing exactly what AMC is doing, but just slightly beforehand, almost like it was predicting what was going to happen. So if it was a bubble, we would either have to see it switch back over to where Bitcoin is doing something inverse of what's happening to AMC, or the bubble would actually be perhaps maybe the rest of the crypto market tanking, and then maybe Bitcoin skyrocketing and AMC skyrocketing at the same time. Deschutes Marketing Agentur DMSA is preparing to file for bankruptcy against Evergrande as interest payments are not made. Yeah, I think I saw this article last night. Man. I ain't gonna lie, guys. No, Badback. You're misunderstanding. I think that there's some similarities. I think that it has to do with a lot of the meme stocks, not just AMC, but I talk in regards to AMC because I really don't pay attention to the other ones as much. So, but when we're taking a look at and doing comparisons between some of the different some different stock quotes, one of the ones that really stands out. I mean, if I showed it to you, I don't know if I can do it on my I don't have a paid subscription here, but let me see if I can do a comparison and just show you what I'm talking about. Oh, I can. Okay, I can do it. Let me just show you this. I'll just only do it for a short period of time. Let's go to day. Oh, what a bummer. So, because I don't have a paid subscription, they won't let me do it for more than like a couple months, the comparison. I'll see if AP can send me that picture from last night. Let's see here. You found the white Morgan Freeman. Oh man, the white Morgan Freeman. Yes, they are executable. It's funny. My sister and brother-in-law wanted to call me to ask me a question yesterday about Christmas presents, and so they waited until my show until I got off for a break. But my brother-in-law had pulled up the show to see when it was I was going on break. He uh, he saw that I was going on break, but as he was listening to me, his wife was like listening, my sister-in-law, and she goes like, "That guy has a soothing voice. Who is that?" And he goes, "That's Casey." She goes, "No, it's not. He's got such a soothing voice on there. I don't know what he's doing to his voice, but he sounds more soothing." You guys meet me in real life, and it's not going to be the same. It's not going to be the same. I think it's just I'm relaxed sitting in my chair here. Oh, That is my cue. That is my cue to take a break. My wife just walked in the door. I'm gonna have to give you guys some music and go on my morning break. AP, let me see if AP is gonna send me a message. He said he said he'll see what he can do. So I want to show you guys that that charting though. It's really interesting to see an overlay of those on top of each other. The VIX, the Bitcoin US or Bit USD and AMC. It would be fun to throw GME on there too as well. But there was a very definite inverse relationship to cryptocurrency on AMC right up until August. And I actually had I had a theory as to maybe why that might be happening, but it's just a complete theory. I'll throw it out there real quick before I go, but you know, it was along the lines of if we do have a lot of day traders, and this is something I kind of wanted to ask Bondaro, if we have a lot of day traders who are trading AMC and taking profits, what I'm wondering is if they started putting it into Bitcoin, the profits, and if they are, that could be maybe there might be a little correlation there to some of the profits that they're getting. I know, you know, who was it? Review Dork. Review Dork had come in and stated that he was making profits or taking profits off of AMC. And if that's the case, and he's rolling it into something like Bitcoin, some kind of cryptocurrency or something like that, you know, that could be a reason why you might have seen a little bit of a switchover back in June's run-up, a change in correlation. So I don't know. It's just kind of a trying to hypothesize like why we would see an inverse relationship prior to the June run-up, and then after the June run-up, it's almost they almost look identical. Trey's going to be in Dallas. I bet you that means Adam Aaron's going to be in Dallas. That'd be my guess. My wife just said AA Ron. All right, guys. I'm going to head out and take my break. I will see you guys here in a little bit. Man, I wish I had a voice like Morgan Freeman. Let's see. Give you guys a little bit of music here. All right, guys. See you in a bit. All right, guys, I'm a little late coming back here. Sorry about that. Completely lost track of time. I'm using a nice little hot pad to heat up my neck. I got a little bit of a stiff neck sleeping last night. Let's see. I do, Zach, I just read what you said. I do watch Mr. Books. I haven't seen him in a bit, but every once in a while he'll pop up on my feed and I watch him. Dude, Zach, I used to go to the chiropractor a lot. In fact, many years, I spent my entire life hating on chiropractors. I was like, you know what? It's not for me. It's not, I just don't, I don't know. Anyways, I went to a chiropractor. I finally broke down and went to a chiropractor and had range of motion that I hadn't had in years and was absolutely just, I mean, I'm not saying I believe wholeheartedly in chiropractors because I do think it's fundamentally flawed that you have to keep going back for adjustments. But let me tell you, you definitely have way better range of motion after you go and see them. Undoubtedly, there's a difference. But you end up starting to feel the same way and you have to go back. So that kind of sucks. $24.54 is what we could see. $24.54. That sounds really close to one of the numbers that I have. Sorry, I'm just scrolling down here. Wow. 24.52. That's a 19.5% decrease from our last high. So that's synthetic price failures, guys. They are always in play. 100% always in play at any given moment in time, and it could drop like a rock and hit it in less than 2 hours. So always keep in mind that a 20% dip in price is always in play every single minute of every single trading day. So if he said 24.54, I'm only 2 cents off. Who was saying this earlier? Adult. I always forget Adult Drowned was mentioning earlier that he sees a bottom of 24 something, or no, 27.10, a bottom of 27.10, and then a possible rise based off of White Coffee in theory. So that's that's what he's thinking. If we were to do something like that, I think we would go up in price first. And I do have yesterday, guys, I drew an ascending broadening wedge, and the price point that was supposed to end at, that we were supposed to reach, was 32.38. If we drove up to 32.38 and then dip back down 20%, that would put us right at that 27.10 level. So just keeping all these things in mind. I don't see any clear indication as to which direction we're going to go, but I do see that the amount of borrowing today is excessively increased in contrast to yesterday. So I'm seeing more borrowing activity, which leads me to believe that we'll have a higher amount of volatility. I do not have a price prediction in yet for today. I'm actually going to keep mine, I think, where it's at. I've got 30, yesterday I said 35 to 33.5. I'm going to keep it there. Let me read off what some of the other guys put. I got like 1 minute left before I got to start the opening to the show. Let's see. Eric is coming in at 30.30 to 33.3. I have not seen Monty's yet. Adam, who's filling in for Duncan, put in 30 to 33. So I'm just waiting on Monty, and Monty may have actually put his in here in the comment section. So I'll check it out and see if he put it in here earlier. I don't see it though. I'll probably have to reach out to him and see what he says. All right, guys. Well, hopefully we have a good market open. You know, you can always expect a nice good push downwards in the beginning. But we'll see what happens. See you guys on the other side.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
She packed my bags last night, pre-flight,
Ground control to Major Tom.
0 hour, 9 a.m.
Ground control to Major Tom.
And I'm gonna
Take
be
your protein pills and put your
high
helmet on.
as a kite by then.
Ground control to Major Tom. You're a rocket man.
I miss the earth so much, I miss my wife.
Commencing countdown, engines on.
It's lonely out in space.
Ground control to Major Tom.
On such a
ignition, check ignition.
timeless
And
flight.
may God's love be with you. 2, 1, lift
And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me round again to find I'm not the man they think I am at home. Oh no, 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 I'm stars look very different today. And all the science I don't understand. It's just my job 5 days a week. Rocket man, rocket man. Ground control to Major Tom, and I took my spaceship. There's something wrong to go. Major Tom, can you hear me, Major Tom? Can you hear me, Major Tom? Tell my wife I love her very much. She knows. Can you hear? Am I floating around my tin can? Far off the world. Planet Earth is blue, and there's nothing I can do. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me round again to find I'm not the man they think I am at home. Oh no, 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 I'm a rocket man, burning out his fuse up here alone. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Let's get a good old screwing going on here. I'm just gonna tell you guys that was a YouTube mashup song that I found, posted by Yoya, Yoya. That was David Bowie's Major Tom and Elton John's Rocket Man mashup. I thought it was really cool sounding. I thought it was really excellent. It's two great songs. Sounded good to me. I liked it. It's a little slow. Maybe it's the older guy side of me talking here in regards to liking it. It doesn't have that like huge pep push and the kick in the butt kind of thing, but I really liked it. I thought it was a cool mashup. I love that kind of stuff. As a musician, I absolutely love when people take two different songs and mash them up together. I think it's excellent work. That was a really good piece. Just my opinion. So there's definitely a lot of back and forth trading going on here. A lot of back and forth trading going on. You can see it in the candle wicks. You're just a youngster. Well, I'm glad you guys think so, because it's funny when I say that about Trey, and I feel like Trey gets upset about that. I'm glad there's people who can look at me and say the same thing. That's good. That makes me feel good. I thank you guys. What did I just? There was something I just. Oh. I mean, this looks to me like this is going to be some kind of wedge formation. I was going to take out the after hours. Okay, yeah, it's a flag. I was going to take out the after hours to see if there was going to be some kind of like movement here specifically that was going to point in the direction of something moving a certain way. Let's see what we got here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, 5 to 6 minutes of flagpole, then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes or so. So it should be breaking out one way or the other, and it looks to me like it's going down as of right now. So this is going to be a little bit of a reversal here. So let's see what happens. Adult. Man, I keep forgetting Adult's last part of his name. Adult drowned. I don't know. Adult drowned had said 2704. Came in with a correction. Said 2704. I might be old, but at least I can float good. Let me tell you, I can float. Oh man, we all float down here. Okay, guys, 2910. It's trying to push us back down underneath that level. Normally they try to. Let's see what's volume doing. So we're 10 minutes into this bad boy with about almost 3.5 million shares traded. So it's kind of a good pace, but not great. Our minutes here are, we got 410, 225, 200. A lot of these columns of volume are around 200,000 or more, which is good. That's a good pace. It's not a bad pace at all. In fact, that's the kind of pace you need to have for 100 million share trade a day. Did we break yesterday's? Well, we haven't. We may have broken yesterday's high, but our total high. Oh, yep, you're right. I got to change it. 30.49 is the new one. It was 2 cents higher. Yep, you're absolutely right. I just plugged it in. 30.49. Since 25.31, that is a 20.5% increase in new high. So seeing this get pushed back down a little bit here is, it's totally within normal standards. Lowest volume compared to big volume days. Yes, that's correct. But it's more volume than we're used to seeing. That's actually Adult Drown. That's what that's what I think when I think of your name. I see Adult Drown and I think Adult Swim. So I keep wanting to say Adult Swim, and I know that's not right, so I don't say it. It's really tough to say, Zach. Synthetic price failures are always in play. As far as like the long-term outlook, if I pull back out to the day, it looks to me like the bottom of the wedge here is around, for today, would be around like 26.76. I think we've already touched. I mean, we had a good almost 4 straight days on the bottom of this wedge. So it would be irresponsible of me to try to tell you that I know where the bottom is, because I don't. I really don't know where the bottom is. I personally myself buy when I can buy, when I think it's going to be the lowest, but I can't definitively give you like an actual number to say like here's going to be the bottom, because if I do, I'll probably end up being wrong. I mean, look at my price predictions every single day. I'm like the worst at it. I can tell you what volume looks like. Volume for the day-to-day, I'm kind of predicting close to 60 to 80 million, and I got that wrong yesterday. Actually, I've been pretty wrong on volume for the last week or two. So I'm sorry I can't help you, Zach. I wish I could help you better. Synthetic price failures are always in play, and if that's the case, then as it stands right now, the number that I've got for synthetic price failure would be 24.52, and that's actually going to be adjusted slightly up because we just hit a new high, but it would just be pennies, like 2 pennies. Oh, thanks, Boris. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . I think, maybe a better way to look at things, Zach, is I feel like a lot of people buy in chunks, like big chunks, right? Like let's say, for example, you get like a bonus, 2,500 bucks, and you're looking to spend it all in one chunk. Maybe you should think of it differently. And I'm making a very large assumption. Maybe you just want to buy like 10 shares. I don't know. But I would look at it more along the lines of doing something like, maybe I should buy a part of it now, and then maybe some portion later, in case it does go down further, and you can capture like a newer low. It's probably one of the better ways to maybe invest your money. When you're constantly just buying in big chunks, you're more apt to lock yourself in at prices that may not be the best prices. So you're kind of like spreading yourself out a little bit on your purchases. I guess that's that's probably the best. That's the best advice that I could probably give you. But don't ever look at it as I've got to buy. And this goes. This is the same as advice goes for selling too. Don't ever look at this as I've got to get everything out the door right now. Right? Like you should ease your way in, just like you should ease your way out. You don't want to just not everything in just big huge blocks. There's it just it's smarter to do it the other way. Slow, calculated movements instead of just YOLOing. But it's more fun to YOLO. Yeah, I know. I know it is. I do too. I'd be lying to you if I told you I haven't just YOLOed a whole bunch of money in it all at once. Okay, here we go. Looks like it found some kind of bottom here. Starting to get a little bit of a push. Give it like 2 to 3 minutes before you figure out whether or not this thing is really at a bottom. There's a nice little doji candlestick in there. I'm going to go ahead and pull up news, guys. We got about less than 15 minutes before I do first technical analysis of market open. But I'm going to go ahead and check the news real quick here and see what we got going on, see what happened overnight. There's actually quite a few news articles out there talking about the NFT that AMC is issuing to shareholders. Quite a few. Interesting. I do want to know, guys, and I did not know this, and that's probably because I just don't know much about cryptocurrencies or NFTs. But AMC is, I believe, paying for the first year of your maintenance fees that would cost to hold your cryptocurrencies inside your wallet. So they're going to take on or pay for that. So they also get royalty fees though if you sell your NFTs. So there's that as well. I don't know how that works. That's all new stuff to me. No, we're not really at the mercy of the market makers. We're at the mercy of, I think we're at the mercy of a catalyst. I just had read somewhere. I'm apologizing. Bjork is how you say her name. So I'm gonna say you're Bjork. Just guessing here based off Bjork's pronunciation, but Bjork's saying that there's no maintenance fees in holding NFTs. The only reason that I was suggesting that there might be a maintenance fee was because AMC had mentioned that they were going to be paying or covering the maintenance fees for holding those for the first year, which made me kind of assume, and that's, making an ass out of me and you, that made me assume that, there was likely a maintenance fee for holding them. So if that's not true, I apologize. I just made that assumption. Okay, you create them, so you should know. Okay. No, Joe. I was in reference to NFTs. Sorry. I didn't know if there was some kind of like NFT maintenance fee or something. They made that they implied that, I should say. Boom. Here we go. There's a nice shot. You guys are like, you guys are gonna start begging for it to go down when all along you've been saying like, when's it gonna go up? When's it gonna go up? This sounds so familiar. This sounds so familiar. I remember this exact kind of, these are like FOMO words. These are the kind of things that that people say when it just starts taking off and they're like, "No, go back down. I want it in for a lower price." I remember those days. I remember those days back in May. Let's see. Björk saying there's fees in buying and selling them, royalties to AMC Company, and there is usually a fee for the platform selling them. Royalties are usually between 1 and 10%, 2% platform fees, and there is gas. Roberto says, I got money today. I know that feeling. I know that feeling. That's like it's like when you go to Vegas and you're like, I got money. I'm ready. Have I told you guys my blackjack gambling story? I don't know if I've told you guys my blackjack gambling story. This is my story about why I will never play blackjack again, ever in my entire life. I learned my lesson in one fail swoop when I was like 18 years old. Um, in San Diego, there's a couple different gambling casinos that are around there. Viejas. I'm trying to think of the other one. What was it called? It was called Burano. I can't remember what it was called. Starts with a B. Um, that's racist. I don't know what I said. So anyways, I decided, why, let's go to the casino. I had a buddy who said, he was like, let's go to the casino. I can play blackjack. And oh, it's blackjack. Blackjack is saying that's racist, saying blackjack. And so I'm like, okay, let's go. Let's go out there. He had done a whole bunch of studying up on how to win at blackjack, and he had convinced probably about 5 or 6 of us to put in $100 a piece. I can't remember if it was 5 or 6 of us. It might have been 5. And he was convinced that if he sat down at the table, I'm pretty sure it was Viejas, if he sat down at the table and played for enough time, you can buy in as the dealer, so you can actually become the house. And so he said, so all I need you guys to do is put in $100 a piece, and I'll sit there and we'll play through through 3 decks of cards or whatever, 5 decks of cards, and then we'll become the house. I don't know the details. I was letting him do it. So I plopped down my 100. All 5 of us put in $100, including the guy that was doing it. And everything was going really good. He was kind of making some money as the table was playing around, and then he became the house. And the very first hand, we lost like, I want to say like a third of our entire amount of money that we had on the table. And you have to maintain above a certain limit each hand of value in order to continue to stay in as the house, because you got to be able to cover the bets. It's like being a hedge fund. It's very much like being a hedge fund. And so here we were being the hedge funds, and we're supposed to win. The house is supposed to win, and this dealer just kept dealing out the worst cards for us. And it couldn't have been more than 3 hands into it, and we were already down to like just breakneck, almost to the point to where we couldn't continue to be the house any longer. And so he's like, "Quick, somebody, I need some more money, or else we're going to lose the house spot. And we need to stay there so that we can win some money." And so I was the only one who had money at the time. So I ran to the ATM and I pulled out like it was either 200 or 300 more dollars because I needed to give us some breathing room. So I pulled out like another 200 or 300 bucks, ran back over the table, and plopped it down in just enough time for us to continue to play. And I think it was less than 10 hands. Within less than 10 hands, we were completely bankrupt. Every single dime was gone. The house actually had to cover some of our money on the last hand, because it broke us. And so there I was sitting out 2, 3. It was, I think, $300 or $400, and in 10 hands of blackjack. And I was like, "Yep, never doing that again." Never, ever, ever doing that again. So, learned my lesson. Oh, Barona. Yes, Barona. Thank you, Mom. Barona and Viejas. Yeah, but that was a really tough lesson. I won't ever play blackjack again. I don't think I mean, if you count cards, you can win at blackjack. But I'm not a card counter, so. Don's like, "How's AMC looking today?" Enough about blackjack. We got 3 minutes here. Give it 3 more minutes on, and I'll start looking at the technical analysis. So just right off the bat here, we have what looked to be like a pennant formation. However, it lasted longer than it should have, and it looked like it may have broken out going down, but then very, very quickly went back up again and broke through this level of resistance here at 2021. We're kind of hovering around right there right now. We're seeing that as a line of support. Hopefully we can hold right there and consolidate. I do too count cards. I do. You're right. I do count cards, but not that good. Blackjack's got like 5 decks in the shoe, or whatever the heck they call that thing. I don't count that many decks. I can count 1, but I can't. I don't know if I can count 5. I'd have to. Oh, SI is going up again. It is. They are borrowing more shares. It's looking pretty sweet. It's looking pretty sweet. As it stands right now, the CBOE is down to 23.25, which is definitely getting down there. That's going to mean some green for us. The CBOE VIX, I'm sorry, I said CBOE and I meant the VIX. This is why I play poker. Poker, I feel like, is a much better game. You have more control over your outcomes. So I'm going to go ahead and draw this in now before I do the technical analysis. Don, sorry for the story time. Don's like, "I ain't got time for the story time stuff." It does look like we're on an ascending wedge pattern here. He's like, enough with this fluff. I don't care about gambling. Let's get to the real gambling. This does look a little bit like a head and shoulder pattern here, so it might, let's see, how many minutes long is this? 5 to 6, 5 to 6. In about 4 to 5 minutes, if this thing starts breaking out down hard, you could have a little mini head and shoulders. Typically speaking, I would think that the leading shoulder should be lower than or higher than the trailing shoulder. So in this particular instance, that's not always the case, but in this particular instance, it's higher. So it'd be nice if we had like if we dropped back down and had like this nice George W shape in here. A breakout time for this, just kind of roughly guesstimating, could be somewhere in here. It could be before. I guess when I draw these boxes, this is my suggestion as to the latest that this would go before we would see a breakout. It's not really saying like it's going to break out here. It could break out before. Very rarely does it always drive all the way down into the very tip of a wedge and then break out. All right, guys, let me log into Fidelity and we'll start the morning analysis here. And I wasn't even pissed at my buddy for losing that money. It wasn't his fault. I mean, he wasn't dealing the cards. It was just a matter of circumstance that we actually lost, and it was unfortunate. Oops. All right, guys, I'm going to take you over the other page, and we're going to start looking at things. Since this is the first technical analysis for the morning, we're going to give it a good look over. A good looky-loo. Move over Ortex, and we can get into this. Okay. Defining who got a price prediction tally point for yesterday. Eric got a price prediction tally point with his prediction yesterday. I have still not got Monty's price prediction for the day today. I hope he's okay. I'm going to give him a quick message. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. So since I don't have Monty's price prediction yet, I'm gonna send him a message. If I don't get one from him, I might ask one for JP or somebody. My price prediction for the day today is 30.5 to 33.5. Eric has 30.3 to 33.3. AP, who is filling in for Duncan, has 30 to 33. So we'll see where Monty comes in at here when we get a hold of him. Short exempt volume was day over day down by about 100K or ish, 100K ish to 572.4. I did not put a K in there. It was 572.4 million. Nope, it was not. It was 572,000. Utilization is up today. We'll take a look at that here in just a minute on Ortex. And day over day price increase was actually a decrease yesterday of 0.76 down. Taking a look at our off exchange, normally we'd see about 53% in off exchange. I'm expecting that to be low today, starting off. If it's high, oh my gosh, it's okay. I was gonna say, I started to think it was 53 still. I just updated it. It's 45.98. The reason I say I would expect it to be low is because price is moving up pretty easily. It doesn't seem to have much resistance, so it doesn't seem like they're putting a whole lot into the off exchange to keep the price from moving up. So potentially a false breakout going up here. A little bit of a false breakout, giving us some false sense of security. Taking a look at Ortex. So far, 1.44 million shares having been borrowed. That's going to raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 18.61%, which is getting up there. Looking really, really nice. Moving to institutional share ownership on the top right-hand side. A refresh 171,604. A little bit of a drop. The last value that I have on my page is 171,862. So about a 200,000, 250,000 share drop in institutional share ownership. Max pain for the day today is $31. Updating that options chain. Let's see where our highest level of volume is coming in at. Highest level of volume for the calls currently at $35 strike price. That is up from yesterday's. Nope, that's the same as yesterday's. Yesterday's was 35. Currently there is 3.4 thousand contracts at a $25 strike price. That was what our number was yesterday for the puts. That is still the same number for today. There's 4.4 thousand contracts. So $10 spread, it's looking like the middle ground's about 30 bucks. Taking you over to Ortex. Okay. This looks really good to me, guys. Super, super good. Our values are starting to pinch in even further. So the amount of loans that we saw that increased yesterday went from 94.5 million shared loans. Man, I am just not in it today. 94.5 million shares were on loan on Monday. No, Friday. Yesterday, it drove all the way up to 99.4. Is that right? There's got to be another data point in there. Hold on a second. Wow. So 5 million shares on loan yesterday alone. alone. So that's going to drive that on loan average age per day down. The more shares that they loan, the more violent this is going to go down, this number. These numbers are going to start to converge. That's really what we want to see. That's going to really lead to big price movements. Really big price movements. When we see a bottom on this on average age per day for the loans, when we see it bottom out wherever it gets to, and then start to head back up, we're down to a 15-day timer that starts ticking down. Within 15 days, the price is going to start skyrocketing. The reason that utilization shot back up was because of that 5 million shares. Was part to do with that, right? And then they also found more shares to loan. So the total amount yesterday was like 124 million shares available to borrow. It drove all the way up to 129.4. The total remaining amount of shares left to borrow is only 30 million for the day today. So they're maintaining a 30 million buffer. So they're expecting the price to spike here, and they're maintaining that buffer by finding more shares to loan. But this number is driving up very, very nicely. Looking super good. Again, my volume prediction for today is 60 to 80 million. No, it's not. Didn't I change it to... I changed it. That's not the volume prediction. I said 40 to 70. Volume prediction for the day today is 40 to 70. I could have sworn I changed that. I don't know. And our estimated short share interest of the free float. Nice big drive up on that. That's what I think Nikki was just talking about. Looking super, super juicy right there. Look at all those indicators driving upwards, and on loan average per day, the one indicator that's driving down. And the only reason it's driving down is because the amount of on loan new loans that are going in are driving that down. Super, super juicy. All those numbers really, really looking good. I like it a lot. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC in 10th position. 61% buying to 39% selling. If we finish today at a over 60 to 40 ratio, that's 2 straight weeks that we've had over 60-40 buy ratios. 2 weeks straight of just buying. GME was in, I think, 14th earlier this morning. They've actually slipped down to 27th, but they still have a good buy to sell ratio of 70 to 30. Man, this is absolutely insane, guys. Seeing the ETFs lower, this low, and maintaining is absolutely insane. Looks like they borrowed about 50K here. Okay, so I'm gonna add that. Let's see. 3.35 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. There is 14.9 thousand contracts in the money on the calls. 75,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts. Ooh, this is looking super good. Super good. I want to see this lower keep going down. This number keep going down lower. Oh, I'm getting hot. Oh man, look at that price. I'm getting hot in here. I'm getting hot in here. Sing it, guys. I'm getting hot in here. Woo. It's getting hot. The NASDAQ is up 2.68. The Dow Jones is up 1.36. The S&P 500 is up 1.89. The market is advancing over declining with 5,988 advancers to 1,413 decliners. The VIX is down 16.52%. Tesla is up 4.2. Wow, 4.2. Hood is currently up 2.33. Amazon is up 2.29. The market's doing great everywhere. Cinemark is up 3.01. Doge is up 1.75. GME is up 7.96. AMC is up 8.37. And let's see what our inflow versus outflow is. Currently a 2-point difference with more inflow than outflow. 9.78 million shares traded for the morning this morning. We are close to 45 minutes. Let's check this out and see what our volume is. Let's see. Let's go with looks like we're on pace for about 92.2 million shares traded for the day today based on our current volume. And I am saying 40 to 70. So it looks like we might break out. There's a very strong possibility we break it just slightly above that 70 mark, though. It's going to be close. It's going to be very, very close to the prediction. Unless something happens to volume and it just starts spiking like crazy. Again, with the daily indicator, we currently have equal buying and selling pressure with RSI at 37.88. On a 1 hour, we currently have equal buying and selling pressure with RSI at 65.91, so very high. This is all kind of starting to look like a little bit of a reversal coming here. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI already above 70. It's at 73.07, so way overbought. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI above 70 at 70.83. A lot of overbought signals. So I told you at some point, guys, that you would see institutions turn on the buy button. Somebody was going to flinch first. You would see institutions turn on the buy button and it would just absolutely drive the price up. The question is how far is it going to go and how much are they going to lend to try and stop this in its tracks? So far, as of the last update on Ortex, it only shows 1.44 million, so not a whole lot yet. Don't get too excited just yet. It looks like we're hitting 3127 point of resistance and blowing through it. Where's the resistance? I just don't see any resistance right now. 3145 has a very small sell order, but it probably won't hold. Now it's 31. Yeah, it's just we're blowing through these sell orders. The sell orders have dropped down to like $50 or 50 shares on order. I know I'm gonna pull up the chat box, and you guys are. I know the first thing I'm gonna read is. Oh, it wasn't the first thing. I read Joe Exotic's Stairway to Heaven. I was actually thinking somebody was gonna say a different song. My mom's asking, is it a trap? And here's the thing. Off exchange is not showing very much being put in there, right? If you wanted to stuff away some buying pressure, you put into the off exchange, right? And I'll go ahead and refresh that real quick again, just to verify. But I'm showing 45.98%. If I refresh it, it's up to 51.89. It is increasing. It does appear that they are putting more. Normally around this time we would see about 53%. So that actually is really, really close. So maybe this is the reversal right here because I just saw it jump up from the 45 to 51. This might be the reversal. But the volume though, guys, look at the volume here. Irregardless of this being a trap or not. Irregardless, completely irregardless. I should say regardless. Regardless. I don't know why I say irregardless. 509,000 shares a minute there. 288, 291, 175, 452, 333, and 479. Those are just absolute massive amounts. That's like double what I want to see. I like to just see 250,000 shares a minute being traded. And those are just like, a lot of those are double that amount, which is really good. That's huge volume. You know, I thought so too, Eric. But then somebody told me that irregardless isn't a word, and I went and looked it up, and I feel like I looked it up. Let me look it up again. No, I did look it up. I did look it up, and I remember that it was a word. But it's non-standard. If you look it up, it's non-standard, and it's regardless. So I guess technically it really is a word, but you could just say regardless, and it's the same thing. Side words. Yeah, why should I even care, right, Eric? It's like I say so many wrong words all the time. Why not just throw irregardless in there? Words are made up. Words are so unnecessary. They can only do harm. I'm with you, Dr. Ramori. Oh man, when I was talking to AP last night, Doctor, I was your name came up in my head. We were talking about Professor Doctor, Mr. Professor Doctor, and so I think I might want to start calling you Mr. Professor Doctor. You know, from SpongeBob SquarePants. Mr. Professor Doctor. Yes, EMA is exponential moving average. Did somebody ask that? I didn't see it. You know, Dr. Ramori, I used to let my kids watch it. I absolutely loved it. I don't know. I'm very, very good. I love simple humor. I love simple humor. Throw me in front of Beavis and Butthead. Throw me in front of um, Laurel and Hardy. I love Laurel and Hardy. I don't know why, but it's so funny. Probably a lot of people may not even know who Laurel and Hardy is. Casey's family, especially mom, is fussy about words. She said it. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. She said it. Draw a trampoline quick. Let's see here. Let's see how long this drive was. We got 9:46 all the way up to 10:15, so about a 30-minute drive. So 10:16 to 10:45. We'll draw the trampoline at 10:45 and see if we can't get it to work for us. Let's get our trampoline going here. How much downwards momentum? Probably here. I don't think the tramp's going to work today. No. She doesn't have to put on her red light. Oh no. I hit the wrong button. 45. Here we go. There we go. We'll get the trampoline in here just in case. Just in case. Actually, I may have put it too far back. I probably shouldn't have counted this. Yep, I shouldn't have. 10 to 10:15. It's 15 minutes worth. I put it the wrong spot. So 30 right here. Right about there. See, here's the crazy part about Bjork saying he's surprised that we're going up at all. Here's the crazy part about going up. If they can't stop the price from going up, you know they're going to start borrowing a bunch of shares. Because at some point when the market becomes weak on buying, they're going to try to attack the price back down. So what we're really going to be watching right now, what we really want to watch out for is that that borrow change. Today, right down below me, straight down from where I'm at. You know, you can see the borrow change there at 1.55. I'm going to actually update it right now and see if it's make sure it's tracking. If that hits 3, there is no limit to how high this price could go. All bets are off. Active Douglas is rooting for 40. It does look like we're on a bit of an ascending parallel channel, I think. Let me draw it out and see if that's the case. Maybe. Ugh, why am I doing this? I'm not all here today, guys. Somebody asked earlier, like, do I ever sleep? I don't know who asked that, but sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I really wonder if I sleep. I don't know. It's kind of overrated. I can't draw an ascending parallel channel in here. I mean, I can, but we would have already broken out of it. It would have been something like this. And that's not a hard breakout. So there's something else going on here. And I'm really hoping that it's not a head and shoulder pattern here. Which is why I drew the trampoline where I did. I don't want to see it go through there. Watch it drive like right through it. Let's see what's going on with Tesla. Earnings preview for GameStop is set to give its latest quarterly earnings report on Wednesday, 12/8. So tomorrow is GameStop's earnings report. They're doing the EPS is they're predicting a negative 0.52. What is it right now? Hold on a second. I gotta look at it real quick. Wow, that's a huge improvement. They're currently at negative 3.3. That would be a massive improvement for them. It's better when the gifts are unexpected, though. Just a tip for you. Girls do like unexpected gifts. And then they question, what did you do? Eventually a question. At first they love it. At first they love the unexpected gift, but then they start thinking, they go like, did you do something wrong? What did you do? He didn't do that before. Sean says, don't you think at some point, if we go up far enough, the shorts borrowing will be fighting options covering? Let me reread that. Sean. Don't you think at some point, if we go up too far enough, see, Active Douglas, that you got to be, as a guy, you have to be like, you have to think like 2 or 3 steps ahead of a woman, because they're always going to think like 5 steps ahead of you. So you have to try to get as much of an edge as you possibly can, because they're always 5 steps ahead. Let's see. Don't you think at some point, if we go up far enough, the shorts borrowing will be fighting options covering? Don't you think at some point? That's really tricky in my head. I'm trying to wrap my head around that. Um, hmm. I'm thinking about that, Sean. I'm thinking about that. Don't you think at some point I have to keep reading that over because it's like, can you reword that and say it differently? Because I feel like it's confusing me a little bit. Don't you think that at some point, if we go up far enough, the short's borrowing. So short interest is borrows. We'll be fighting options covering. So if they're gonna cover, they would have to find the shares from the market, and they're not gonna find shares from the market unless they create synthetics. And to create the synthetics, they would have to either borrow shares or, well, that's what they would have to do. Is they'd have to borrow some shares. So, and technically speaking, they're not supposed to be able to do it unless SSR is triggered. So, I'm trying to wrap my head around that. So yes, 100%. If we go up far enough, it's basically fighting a gamma squeeze. 100% then. Yes, if that's what you're saying, absolutely 100%. Gamma squeeze is exactly what it was. The borrowing would be to prevent a gamma squeeze. So they would be trying to short the stock down to prevent, from losing control of the price. I mean, look at the options for next week, guys. If you haven't looked, they're insane. I'll pull up Vortex or I'll pull up Stocko Tracker right now for you. Check this out. Look at next week. Come on, Stocko Tracker. Where am I at? Right here. Look at next week. They already have 128,000 puts that are out of the money for next week. We have 294,000 shares just waiting to make it into the money. If we should we have a price drive up this week, and even including part of next week. Of course, it eats into their profits the longer this goes into time. So you'd want to see the run up this week if possible. But we have 25,000 options that are in the money. I don't like all these puts that are in the money over here. I'd love to see those out of the money. So if we can get those pushed over here to the out of the money side, see a bunch of the out of the money call options move over to the in the money, then 100% you're looking at a gamma squeeze. But this price really has to start skyrocketing. Like Active Douglas is saying, we're looking for 40 bucks or higher. We want to see a catapult back up to the range that we were in before we slingshot down. Max Payne is 31. That is correct. Excuse me for just a minute, guys. I got to take my sweatshirt off. I'm getting hot. I turned on the heater this morning, and it's finally gotten up to the correct temperature, and now I'm just boiling. So, give me just 1 second here. If you guys want to learn about gift giving and all that kind of stuff, like the love languages, you need to go read the love languages and find out about that. Here I am giving relationship advice. This channel is more than just AMC. I'll help you fix your marriage. Go read the love languages. It's actually a really or just look up a paraphrase. You know, find out what those 5 love languages are, and look at them and see if your significant other fits that description. Because some of us like to receive love differently than how we like to give love, and it's a very interesting topic because some of us don't express our love in the right the white way that our significant other receives it. Um, I mean, it's really natural for some of us to just do specific things. It's easy for us to do, but sometimes it's going that extra mile and giving the type of love that your partner receives, um, whether it be attention or gift giving or whatever it may be. It's a really fascinating topic, but I'm boring you guys. I'm sorry. I digress. Well, thanks, John. I'm going to call you Doctor because I see the D. thanks, thanks, Wayne. Um, I personally can't read for very long, so I don't. I usually look for like the condensed versions of something. This trampoline is not going to work, guys. And really, what this is looking to me like is it's really starting to look like a setup for a a head and shoulders pattern here. So we might see a little bit of consolidation here at about $30.30 ish, right around there, and potentially, depending on how long it consolidates for, maybe break down even further, back down to our 29 level. That's what it's kind of looking like right now. Good old trampoline's not going to work. Doesn't look like it. Sophie, welcome to the channel. I've seen so many people come to this channel and post vark.tech. What is it and who are you? Welcome to the channel. Sometimes I wonder, guys. Sometimes I wonder, what are the intentions of some of the comments? I'm going to look it up. Okay, it says no information is available for this page. Don't go there, guys. Just don't. No idea what that is or why. Don't go there. I want to ban that. I want to ban them so bad. Can I just remove? What does remove do? I think that's a ban. I'm just going to report it. No, no, no. I'm talking about Sophie. Wait, when I reported it, it looks like it disappeared. Interesting. I didn't do anything other than report it as potential unwanted advertisements. Yeah, I don't think trampoline's going to help us out here today, guys. I think what's going to happen here is we're going to fall down to these levels of support right here. Maybe do a little bit of consolidation around this level of support. Perhaps like 4 or 5 minutes of consolidation. In fact, you could maybe even say that we've already had 3 or 4 minutes of it, and then maybe a breakout going down some more. So we'll see a little bit of a return to where we started, I think. The trampoline has a hole in it. Who's been jumping on the trampoline that shouldn't have? Who had sharp shoes on? Who started that, Joe? Who started the whole calling AMC Amy? Like what? Where did that come from? Can you explain that to me? Because I know I've seen it before and I can't recall where that came from. The springs are disconnected. uh, Sophie was the one. That's who did it. Sophie broke our trampoline. It's always that somebody. Ah, Joshua is coming in with the answer. Look at that. Trey, AMC and GME equals AME. Amy. I love it. That's awesome. Trey's a smart kid. That guy is so smart. I wish I don't know. I wish I could have joined the military and I don't know, became an officer and taken his path because man, I tell you what, he is a smart kid. And I know he's been through some trials and tribulations in life through along the way, but that's part of learning. That's part of life is about learning. Crazy Pepe saying he's coming to Dallas, and if I had to guess, Crazy Pepe, if I had to guess, I would put money down saying that Adam Aaron will probably be going to Dallas as well. If you guys don't know, I believe Trey lives in Oklahoma, and if he lives in Oklahoma, who's going to go to Oklahoma? So, so Trey has to drive out of his way down to Dallas if he's going to go, or he has to fly someplace else to meet up with Adam Aaron if he's going to do that. So what I imagine happening is that Trey's going to drive down to Dallas and meet up with Adam Aaron. I'm guessing. I'm totally guessing, but that would be my thought. So I think it'd be worth it, Crazy Peppy. I think it would be worth it. You might have a chance to be able to meet Trey and Adam Aaron, which would be kind of cool. He's filming a film for the 1 year anniversary. You know Adam Aaron's going to be there for that. How could Adam Aaron not show up for that? I think he'll be there. No, I know you said filming a film, and it makes sense to me that Adam Aaron would probably be a part of that. Yeah, he'd be there in shorts. It's getting a little too cold for that now. Let's see, he's from might not be for Kansas City guy. We're gonna have to take old Trampy away here, guys. I do have a haircut appointment today. Maybe I didn't mention it earlier. I meant to. I went ahead and scheduled that haircut appointment today for 12:15. So I'm probably going to leave the channel at 11:45. So what I might do is, instead of taking my normal 10, no. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take my normal 10:20 break, come back at 11, do 11 to 11:45, then go get my haircut, and then come back and just be with you guys once I show back up until the end of the day. I am not bald, Joe. Here we go. Definitely not bald. I will fully admit I have a massive, well, I feel like it's a massive receding hairline. But the hair's not gray and the hair's not dyed. Not yet. No, it's okay. I don't care. Even if I was bald and you said I was a baldy, I'd own up. I would have owned up to it. I don't know. Own it, right? If you got it, own it. If I started balding, I would just shave it all off anyways. I just don't understand the point on why, like, no offense if anybody's got a comb over out there, but own it. Own that bald head of yours, because man, I'll tell you what. I've heard plenty of great comebacks, like well, all my brain power fried off the hair follicles. So I would totally own it, though. What am I bragging about? Did I brag? Oh, I guess it would it be bragging if I said that I had a full head of hair and somebody else doesn't? I guess that's bragging, maybe. I don't know. Oh, because I said that I didn't dye it. I guess. Wow. The beard's gray. A lot of my friends bought new hair in Turkey and Iran. Fidelity is working to let institutions borrow cash against Bitcoin. Is that like hedging? Is that like hedging against cryptocurrency? Hmm. I don't know, man. I would own the bald look. Oh, my younger brother's hair is sliding off. I did not know this. Joe, I'm with you, man. My beard's not very full. Okay, guys, I'm going to show you the head and shoulders. Head and shoulders I was kind of looking at here, because if this does break out going up, it's not that, and that would be good. So this is what I was expecting to see. It is very, it's jacked up head and shoulders for sure. So there's something else going on here, and I'm starting to think like this is just a massive ascending parallel channel. Let's take a look and see if it fits. That's what I started to draw earlier, and it didn't work out. Let's do the bottom side. I can't get it to fit. It's still not fitting. Let me check something else out real quick here. Man, it's like it's just the same pattern as yesterday being repeated on a larger scale. So if we look at yesterday's pattern, right, guys? Remember the ascending. If I come back out here, if I zoom back out here, and we look at yesterday, this is how we started off yesterday, right? We had this little V dip here, and then we came up in here, and then if you guys remember, I already deleted it, so I apologize, but I drew something like this. I said this was an ascending, broadening wedge, and price moved up all the way up to here, and then came down, and then broke out. I feel like this pattern, like this, what's happening right here, is now happening on a larger scale. So if we take out the extended hours, and we take a look at where we're currently at right now. Wait a minute. There we go. It feels very much like the same thing almost, but on a larger scale. Oh, no, this may be my ascending parallel channel. Okay, maybe I found it finally. You guys are like, what the heck is going on with, what is he on today? I need to draw the bottom side on this first. Yep. I think we're on ascending parallel channel. At least a 2-day ascending parallel channel. That was done without the extended hours, so of course, you know, we may be just driving along this. We might be hovering. Wait, why does it make it look so much different? It's weird. It's really odd to me how when you take out the extended hour trading, how it really changes the whole pattern. It does not look the same at all. There we go. Did it fix itself finally? Man, this is jacked up. Let me fix this here in a second, guys. Let me get rid of some of this data. This is Webull's being kind of a butt today. It's really strange to me because when I take out the extended trading hours, it just lumps this data, I guess, onto this right here. It makes it look right. Okay, so ignore the channel. So I'm going to leave this channel. I'm going to leave this 2-day ascending parallel channel in here. We'll have to take a look at it with the extended hours off. But I mean, that's what it looks like to me. It looks like to me without the extended hours, we're traveling on this ascending parallel channel. This would be a bearish flag, or when it breaks out, it should break out going down. We are traveling on the upper side of this pattern. However, if we pull back out to the 30-minute channel, if we break out going up of that channel, this is something I always tell you guys about. We could be seeing a different pattern formation occurring. And you'll remember that I drew this this inverted head and shoulder pattern without the extended hours. There's a good chance that maybe that's what we're seeing and why we're seeing price rising. Without the extended hours, we have a very nice looking inverted head and shoulders. I feel like you're mocking me, Dr. Amore. Wait, who said that? Oh, Don. I feel like you're mocking me, Don. Is it perfect to your Fibonacci retracement or mine? Because it doesn't look perfect to me on mine. That's funny, Jenna. Yeah, I know. We talked about that cup and handle, Eric. I don't know. I mean, it's so like, I gotta sneeze. I thought I did. It's kind of there. That feeling's there. It's gonna come out of nowhere. I mean, if this was the cup and here it comes. Oh, wait, no, it's not. I can't tell. It feels like I'm gonna sneeze any second. I feel like I see, maybe this being a cup in here, and if we were to draw it out, it'd be a little bit of something like this, right? Here's your cup, and then you'd find your handle probably on the back side of this, right? Something like along the lines of that. But it's so just, I mean, it's just so poorly drawn. I just don't like how it's just all over the place. I mean, maybe. Cup and handle, inverted head and shoulders is, I mean, it probably makes a difference on how much it will move in price. I don't know. I think the difference is with the cup and handle, we'll know for sure if the price goes back down halfway down the side of the cup. With inverted head and shoulders, the price will just start taking off, and we won't see that that retracement back down. Sean, if that's the case, if we do break outside the upside of that channel, then for sure 100%, like 90% of the time, it's a cup and handle. 90% of the time that we break out of an ascending parallel channel upwards, That means we're on the backside of a cup and handle 90% of the time. Don says pull up the 3-minute and draw fibs. Oh man, do I have to really? I like mine. They're flawed. I know they're flawed, but I love my little Fibonacci retracements. Don't make me redo them. Don't make me redo them, Don, please. I like to be imperfect. I like my happy little trees. I like my happy little streams. It's time, guys. It's time for a little bit of technical analysis. Let me take you guys to the other page here. Okay, updating the off exchange. It was 51.89 about 45 minutes ago. It is now up to 56.27, which is a little bit lower than what I would expect to see around this time in the morning. 59 would be about average. So we're not too far off. 3% is not a whole lot. So that excites me a little bit in the fact that I know that they're stuffing shares into the off exchange to hide upwards movement of price. Which means that if we are indeed having true price discovery where we're heading upwards in price, that we're not going to be seeing manipulation through. We won't be seeing too much more manipulation through off exchange. It'll probably come in the form of loaning of shares, which is what we really want to see. Loaning of shares is key. Currently, the amount of shares on loan is 1.76 million. That's up from 1.44 an hour ago. And that's going to raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 18.67%. Taking a look at the options chain. So an hour ago, at a $35 strike price, that was our highest level of volume for the calls. It's currently still $35. It went from 3.4 thousand contracts to 8.8. On the put side of things, $25 is still the highest level of volume for the day today on the $25 strike price. It was 4.4 thousand contracts an hour ago. It is now 5.6. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC still in 10th position with 59% buys and 41% sales. Oh. I want to stay above 60-40. I hope we close out the day by 60-40. That would be so awesome. Please, 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 please. We need 60-40. I need it. They're not borrowing shares. Well, I take that back. There's 100K right there. And it looks like I already counted those 50K, I think. No, I didn't. Yeah, I did. Okay, so only 100,000 shares borrowed in the last hour. That puts us at 3.45 million shares traded or borrowed for the day today. A lot more than they had yesterday. The market is green. The Nasdaq is up 2.97. The Dow Jones is up 1.61. The S&P 500 is up 2.17. We currently have 6,068 advancers to 1,370 decliners. Everybody who is watching that doctor, what was his name? Dr. Professor, Mr. Dr. Professor, Marco Metzler, are probably thinking he's insane right now. I don't really think he's insane. The VIX is down negative 19.17. Tesla is up 2.97. Hood is up 4.79. Amazon is up 2.69. Cinemark is up 5.24. Doge is up 1.71. GME is up 4.48. AMC is up 7.22. Interesting data. We currently have 3 more points of inflow than outflow. Okay, this drives me nuts, guys. Yesterday we had 71 points. I think it was 71 or 72 points of more inflow. $72 million more of inflow than outflow, and we ended the day down. Today we're up 3 points, $3 million. That's it, $3 million, and we're up 6.86%. Something is massively going on here, right? Something is wrong. Something is wrong. This data makes no sense. No sense at all. Does not compute. I don't get it. We're on pace for 78.3 million shares traded for the day today. I'm predicting between, where did my predictions go? 40 to 70 million. The attack on volume usually comes around 10 a.m. If I had to say where the attack started today, it would have been a little bit late, right around here at about 10:17. This would have been the attack on volume. However, volume for the most part has stayed pretty decent. Not great, but decent. Mostly staying over 100K, except for the last 6 minutes or so. This time frame right here has been kind of rough on volume. There was something else I was going to look at. What was it? Oh yeah. On the daily, I see equal buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 37.1. On the hourly, I see more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI of 64.46. On a 30-minute interval, I see equal buying and selling pressure with RSI at 71.16, meaning we're overbought. On a 5-minute interval, I see more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.08. That is weird. So the 30 minutes saying that we have RSI of over 70, but the 5 minute says no. Five, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. What is going on there? So the 30-minute doesn't see that dip. The 30-minute only sees price improvement since basically close yesterday. Interesting. I am going to, since I drew the pattern without, this is the ascending parallel channel that I think that we're on right now. And something's wrong with it because, let me redraw it. Oh, it looks good now. What the heck? Hmm. I'm telling you, Eric, I think they turned the buy button back on. I think the institutions started buying again, buying back some of the shares that they sold off last week. So here's the deal. Let's pull back out to a grand scheme here and just kind of look at what happened. This is our price fall, right, over last week, right? So here's Friday, Thursday. No, wait. Sorry. Friday, Thursday. This is the Wednesday fall. Assume for a minute that I'm correct, that they were trying to attempt to get hedge funds to start borrowing shares, and they knew that if they sold the price down to a really low amount, that it would cause both the hedge funds to try and buy those shares as the price was coming down, and also retail to buy, creating a lot of buying pressure on the hedge funds and forcing them into loaning more shares. If that's the case, all right, let's just assume that's the case for a second. The price starts to go back up, and then it happens again. They turned on the sell button one more time, dropped the price all the way down here to 25.31, and then turned it to neutral again. They didn't buy. They let retail bump it up, and then they start buying back down here, right? And ever since Monday morning, they've turned on the buy button for certain periods of time, and you can see the periods of time where they're starting to accumulate shares again. They're starting to accumulate some of the shares at a lower cost than what they sold them for back here. So now they're decreasing their price average, right? They're decreasing their cost per share, and they're buying back the positions that they had, and causing the hedge funds to loan shares. So they're just absolutely raking in the bucks right now. All of our brokers are just massively raking in dollars right now, big dollar signs. And it's forcing the hedge funds into this position to where they're forced to create liquidity during this period of time back here. And now that's all showing up as loans. And now they're turning the buyback button. And so now retail's buying and institutions are buying back shares. And the hedge funds have no shares to give out. SSR is not tripped. They're not legally supposed to create synthetics. So they've got to find some way to return or to be able to create liquidity. I don't know how they're doing it, but perhaps there's a way to do it without triggering SSR. I'm not sure, but it's going to be super, super costly, and they're going to have to loan a lot of shares, which is the exact reason why if I pull up Ortex and I show you that they're starting to take on new loans, I'm not lying. They are taking on massive amount of loans. Where the heck? There we go. Look at that line. Look at that line just shooting up there. Since November 29th, it's gone from 85.8 million shares on loan to nearly 100 million shares. So 15 million shares since November 29th. How many days is that? A week and 1 day. A week. In a week's time, they've loaned 15 million shares. And they have countless amounts of puts that are out of the money. Not countless, a lot. They have a lot of puts that are out of the money now. As the price was dipping, they started taking a lot more puts on. So I think that's what's happening. I mean, we already have bought all the shares, JP. I mean, all the shares in existence are already purchased. What this is causing them to do is it's causing them to be forced into situations to where they have to start creating liquidity. That's the dangerous part, right? If they have to start creating liquidity because there's just nothing left and the price is going up as they're creating liquidity, Sean might have mentioned, I think Sean mentioned it earlier. Next thing you know, you've got a gamma squeeze in play. This is how you're watching the beginnings of a potential gamma squeeze. And then the other side to that, is that wait a minute, hold on a second here. I didn't realize I didn't have my stuff up. The other side to that is that all that short interest that's stacking up right now, really, really fast, all that short interest, those puts that are now out of the money are stacking, right? And so now that what happens is these turn into failure to delivers in 35 days. In 35 days, they turn into failure to delivers, and they're forced to go to the market to find shares. They're forced, and they either have to loan more shares to return those shares that are owed, or they have to buy them from the market as the price is increasing. And then, not only that, they still haven't covered. They still have to find those shares to cover that portion of the borrow. But then they still owe the money, the difference to the contract, right? Whoever has the money out there, in order for them to, they have to find the difference in value. And of course, they don't want to do that, so they just leave it there. The next 15 minutes are crucial. Well, you know what that means. Time for break. I'm not even kidding. I'm going to break in 4 minutes. If they're that crucial, then I should probably leave so we can watch the price rise. This is probably why he's saying the next 15 minutes. I don't want to talk about that, Eric. I don't want to talk about it. I believe most people do not exercise their in the money options. Why would they ever hedge for them? It's worth it to them not to and deal with the failure delivers after the fact. No. Because so Anthony, to create the put, they have to borrow the shares to create the put. So those are instantly borrowed shares. Now, if the put stays out of the money, those shares have to be purchased either from the market or loaned to close that put position out. Otherwise, it just stays open and gets worse and worse, infinitely worse in how much is owed if price continues to rise up. No Gary, please. Okay, no Gary. So it's worth it to them not to and deal with the failure delivers after the fact. So the problem with the failure to delivers though is finding the shares, right? If they are forced into finding shares during a period of time where price is increasing, it's going to be very, very difficult to do, and it's just going to add to the damage on how much price is increasing by. So it's this very sick period of time, sick in like a good way. Remember when sick used to mean bad? It's sick in a good way for us because they're trying to find shares as price is rising and they're hard to come by. So the easier way for them to get those shares is to loan them, and that's why we start seeing on loan amounts going way, way up. They don't want those. They don't want to keep those puts on their books, especially as price is rising. So they're going to close out those puts if they can. Well, it looks like we're having a break out of this wedge right here right now. I mean, we've got some downwards price movement, right? So if I draw this, if I take the extended hours back out again and we look at the price here, I mean, this definitely has some movement downwards. We've got some room in this channel to play around in. All right, it's 10:20. It's 10:20. If I leave now, maybe we'll drop down to 30.21 and then rebound. I'm gonna get rid of these lines. To me, this looks like a double top. So we probably are expecting to see a little bit more downwards movement. Yeah, I agree with what JP is saying right there. That's what it looks like to me. Yeah. We need to talk. All right, guys, I'm going to go to break. I'll put you on some music here, and I'll see you back when I get back at 11. See you guys in just a bit. Every year. Well, it's been, my grandma has her birthday was this last week. I need to give a shout out to my grandmother. She probably isn't watching. My mom is. I know my mom's watching, but my grandmother had her birthday. I probably shouldn't say how old she is, but she's her hands have gotten harder to work with over the time. But she used to make really cool like dish rags, and then these, and it's this one is it's got like a nice holiday print to it. It looks like a wreath. But inside of it, sewn inside of it is rice, and you can heat it up in the microwave for like a minute and a half, and then use it as a heat pack. Amazing, amazing little DIY. She's been doing it for years. Been doing it for years. I'm gonna miss that. I'm gonna miss that. Specifically because the one that I have right here has got a hole in it. So I can't play hot potato with this thing. So I'm like moving around on my hand, and if I get too close, if I get the rice too close to that hole, it's gonna tear. I'm gonna miss these. I wish her hands were still strong and she could make more. But it's great. You can put them on a sore neck. Put it on sore muscles, whatever. Cool things. All right. Oh man, that feels so good. Nice and warm. Let's see here. We need to update fidelity, and I'm going to take you guys over to the other page, and we'll take a look, do a little bit of technical analysis. Happy birthday to my grandma. Belated. Happy belated birthday. All right. So I would expect to see, I don't know, maybe 57, 58% in the off exchange. So let's update that. It's currently showing 56%. 56.27 and updating. Down to 54.25. So it is normal for us to see a drop midday on that. So that's to be expected. I'd like to see it around 50. I would have liked to have seen it stayed where it was at 56. This means to me they've got some room to attack the price down. We'll update Ortex here and see what you doing on Ortex here. 1.86 million shares borrowed. That is up 100,000 since we saw it an hour ago. From 1.76 to 1.86, which is going to raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 18.69. Oh man, the CPAC feels so good. Let's see here. Moving over to the options chain. I want a jacuzzi. That's what I really want after the MOASS. I know that sounds really stupid, but I want to sit out under the stars and I want to sit in a jacuzzi every night before I go to bed. Every night. I would do it religiously. Maybe I'd even do it in the mornings before I got up. Go grab some coffee and go sit in the jacuzzi in the mornings. Oh yeah, that'd be the life. Highest amount of volume in the options. It looks like the highest amount of volume currently is at a $35 strike price. That's where it was an hour ago. It's gone from 8.8 thousand contracts to 10.4. On the puts, still $25 strike price is the highest amount of volume. A runner up is 31. So it looks like it's starting to head in the other direction here. The $25 strike price went from 5.6 thousand contracts to 6,000 contracts in the last hour. Still signaling for a $30 closing price, but that could change in the next hour. Orders by Fidelity customers. Come on, Fidelity. Give us some good numbers. Ooh, we moved into 9th position. We moved up a spot, but our buy to sell ratio is dipping. 58% buys to 42% sales. I want to see that close so above 60. 2 straight weeks of buying would be an amazing feat to accomplish on retail part. GME, 25th position in volume, 69 nice percent buys to 31% sales. And yes, I just did say nice to that number. A little churlish here. It happens. Okay, they have borrowed in the last hour it looks like 300,000 shares. That's a good chunk. Not a massive amount, but it's a good chunk. That puts us up to 3.75 million shares borrowed for the day today. 4.5 is kind of average for us. 20,000 contracts, 20.1 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 78,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts. 161,000 contracts are out of the money on the calls. Be the player, buy shares. Don't be the, be the player, buy shares. Be the house and buy shares. Don't be the player and lose money on puts. Boom, there's our breakout. NASDAQ is up 3.03%, Dow Jones is up 1.48%, and the S&P 500 is up 2.06%. We currently have 5,947 advancers to 1,495 decliners. The VIX is down 18.43%. Doesn't look like it's dropping too hard right now. Let's just take a look at that real quick and see what it looks like visualized. Doesn't really look like it's dropping a whole bunch more right now. Tesla is up 3.5, Hood is 4.18, Amazon is up 3.09, Cinemark is up 3.55, Doge is up 1.16, GME is up 5.92, and AMC is up 8.49%. Refreshing, we currently have 163 to 162. There's a 1 point spread between inflow versus outflow for our 8.5% gain. It's insanity. It's insanity. All I can do is laugh at it. It's kind of funny. Looks like we're on an average pace of 55.88 million shares traded for the day today. And that is going to be almost right down the middle of my prediction in volume for the day today, which was between 40 and 70 million shares. Volume looks like it did decrease here during this period of time right in here. A little bit of a dip in volume. And then once we started going back up, we were up over 100K in volume. Now we're starting to dip down a little bit. On the daily interval, we currently have more even buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 38.27 on the 1 hour. we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.31 on a 30-minute interval. More buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI really high at 74.97, definitely overbought. On a 5-minute interval, we have looks like maybe just slightly higher selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.6. I do want to remind you guys that in a half hour from now, I'm going to leave for my hair appointment. For my plugs. No, I don't have plugs. I'm going to go get a haircut. Gotta keep this this mangy beard in control. And let me tell you, I'm not doing a good job of it on my own. If we hit a double top here, which it kind of looks like we did, we could have a bullish triangle formation happening. So we would keep this line here. That I already deleted once. And we might have something a little bit along the lines of this going on. It looks like a little bit more of a, still of a bit of a triangle, but it's, or sorry, a bit of a wedge, but it, you know, it was really close to topping out there. I mean, there's just enough of a margin of an error here where that could be a double top. Something along the lines of that. Maybe this will be the spot where we hit it right here in just a second. It's getting real close. I'm going to go ahead and draw that out. I mean, it really does kind of look like we're on a triangle formation here. This is bullish if we break out of this. I said double top, but that's not really what it is. It's a testing of that support line or that resistance line here at about 3150. So you'd have first touch, second touch, maybe a third touch over here, and breakout on your fourth touch. Really close to the end of the day. All right, let's see what you guys are saying. Yes, they are. Yes, they are, Chico. I say that from time to time. What is my RSI set at? I'm a little confused by that question. I take a look at it at different intervals, so we can look at it. And you think I should watch my SPY calls? Probably. I have in the past, and I just really... Let's look at it again. Here it is right here. Where'd it go? I just saw it. There it is. Of course, these aren't the calls, though. These aren't the calls. Let's see where the options. Let's see. Order flow. Nope, not it. You know, I don't know that they show that. There it is. Options. Yeah, I'm not the only modification that I've made to any of my data is just my, I go with whatever the standard settings are. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything here that really concerns me on this options on the SPY. But in reference to OBV and Mac, I really hate MACD. I really hate it with a passion. In this squeeze play, I I know this is going to be so unpopular to say, but I just absolutely abhor it. I really abhor looking at MACD. I think it's just, it doesn't do anything for me at all. It's so unpopular to say. But you know, as far as OBV go and all that kind of stuff, I don't change anything. The only thing I change is the one modification that I've made to any of the standard settings that are set up here in Webull is just simply to the Bollinger, where on my Bollinger Bands I have it set up for a 3 sigma instead of a 2 sigma. That's the only one. That's the only one that I have set up. So everything else is standard. I don't change any of the ranges or limitations. Oh, absolutely. MACD is absolutely useful in other plays. I think it's actually, I think it's useful in this play too. I shouldn't. I'm just not a fan of it. I guess I'm just not a fan, and it's, I should be okay, right? I mean, I should be able to be a fan of it or not. But you know, maybe it's just because I'm not. So I've got MACD down on the bottom, and I'm gonna show you what I prefer, and maybe I can show you why. So when you're looking at the MACD, you've got a crossover here. This is on the minute scale, and of course, nobody would say to look at the MACD on a minute scale. What they would say is that you'd want to look at it at a much larger scale. So let's pull it out to let's look at it on the hour. We'll look at it on the hour. And so here you got MACD on the hour. I see this vortex indicator so much better. This is so much more clear to me about what's happening with the direction of the movement of the buying and the ask side of the bids. And if you look at the calculations on how vortex indicator is used and the formulas that are used for vortex indicator, I think it's a much better. I think it uses much better formulas. It's more, what's the word I'm looking for? More robust. The vortex indicator seems more robust to me in its calculations and trying to figure out, you know, which direction the market's going to be heading based on market volatility on buying and ask side of the bids. I don't like it on the MACD. I don't like it. You see right here on the MACD where it starts pinching in, and it looks like it could start trending back in here at about 2000 on 12.6. You don't see that on the vortex indicator. You actually see the opposite. You see downwards selling pressure with upwards buying pressure. And what ended up happening? Price started moving up. So the vortex indicator in this specific instance right here shows you that price is going to be probably going higher because there's more buying pressure than there is selling pressure. But whereas with the MACD, you can see a very, very obvious rounding, and it looks like it wants to cross over. And so, in my opinion, when I look at the MACD, I look at that and I go like, "Oh, hey, we have a convergence here." It looks to me like the signal is going to cross the signal is going to cross, or the MACD is going to cross over the signal. And so for me, visually speaking, and maybe it's just because I got ADD, I have no idea, but to me that vortex indicator speaks way more loudly as to, you know, what the possibilities are on the futures. So that's just my take. That's my take. You know, we all chart a little bit differently. We all chart a little bit differently, and I think that for me, seeing the vortex indicator, it's just easier. I don't know, and maybe it's because I'm just not good at reading the MACD. That might be the reason. Maybe I'm just not smart enough for it. But it fools me. It fools me all the time, and I just don't like that. So I use vortex indicator. Just a personal preference. But I mean, I'm not trying to convince you. I'm really not trying to convince you to switch. But to me, it seems very obvious about what's going on right there. I mean, there's one red line, one green line, and they're pointing in directions, and you can see the height. You can see how much there's, you can see the separation. Of course, I'm looking at the 1 minute again, and you should never look at that. But you can see, I'm just using this as an example. You can see the separation and the volatility. I don't know. To me, it seems like it's just way more obvious. I don't know. Whatever. I'm not trying to sell you on it. I'm really not. The 200 MA is acting as a resistance, Anthony is saying. So let me just pull that up real quickly here. I've got the 200 MA, and of course you're looking at it on the daily, I would assume. Excuse all the noise in here. So this is the point that he's talking about right here. If we zoom in on this, and it's really difficult to see because of all this extra garbage in here that I've got. Let's see if I can get rid of it. There you go. So that's the point of resistance that Anthony's talking about right there. And he's saying that we need to get past that point of resistance in order for us to move up to higher levels. I mean, it seems like it. It seems like that's definitely true. What is it at? It's at 3152. Let's check that out. Look at that, 3154. That's the triangle box that I'm talking about. So we're building the support right now, and we're touching. I know this doesn't touch right here, but I think that was a clear attempt to try and touch that 3152. It's 3148. It's close enough. So I would say you've got 1, 2 touch points. It looks like, maybe we'll have like a third, and then maybe the fourth touch point to break out past that 200 MA. Wadi, I would suggest going and looking up the formula on the vortex indicator, and just it's a doozy. Prepare to sit down and really start looking at doing some math, because man, I'll tell you what, it uses some pretty complex formulas to come up with those indicators. So, and I think that's more robust. That's just my opinion. I think it's more robust when you use higher level math, higher level maths. I sound so bad. Higher levels of education. Absolutely, dude. This is a learning channel, Wadi. Welcome to the channel, by the way. This is a learning channel. I'm learning. You're learning. We're all learning here. I love learning. But I am also very, very stubborn too, and I know that about myself. So I try to force myself to learn new things all the time because I don't want to be stuck in a stubbornness. It's way better to be open-minded to new ideas. But MACD isn't one of them. MACD's not a new idea to me. Joe Exotic saying we squeeze yet. Go back to sleep, Joe. Just in your dreams. Just in your dreams. Oh, I forgot to put the information back on the page, guys. Sorry about that. The hedge funds are going to go to court over it. I mean, that's where they make their money. They're making their money on that second. I mean, when you consider that they're willing to move to a new building that's just a little bit closer, just so that they can have that microsecond advantage, that must mean something. You're a prior Army bomb nut and firefighter. Wow. Thank you for your service. I appreciate it. I come from a long line of military service members. I wish I could have been one myself. I live vicariously through all of you. uh, I really wish I could have been there. I have scoliosis really bad, and they wouldn't let me into the military. So I did try. I did try. I went all the way up to the ASVAB test and took it, and then found out they wouldn't take me. JP, I'm gonna start thinking that you and Joe are in cahoots. Y'all both come in here asking at the same time when we're mooning. You know, Wadi, my mom says the same thing. She was in the Air Force, and she said, you know, I always thank her for her service, and she goes, "Are you kidding? I had fun." She loved serving in the military, so for her it was not a service; it was a pleasure. Anthony's saying, I thought getting a Lambo with MOASS money was silly, but I think I might get one now after all this BS. So I saw an interesting. I don't know if you ever watched some of those guys that do those cross country races, and they get pulled over constantly. But they actually, some of them have some channels out there about how to. I, I think it's how to lease the Lamborghinis and then resell them for more money than what you bought, or they basically turn it into like a profit. And they actually have like ways that you can do it. So I mean, I don't know. Yes, I don't know if Cannonball Run is the name of it, but um, you know, there's a way if you've got enough pre-purchasing power to be able to get into a Lamborghini, you can actually spin them. You drive them around for a little bit and then spin them and make money on it. So I say spin them, but I mean flip. Joe said he served in Modern Warfare and Black Ops. Me too. Me too. Fancy that. You'll actually find me under my Cold Steel Bop name there. That is my that's my gaming tag. Believe it or not, guys. It's been with me for many years. How did that work out for you, Yishin? Didn't work out too well? I'm kind of curious. You know, a lot of times people do these, you know, suggestions on how you can do stuff like that, and I tend to think that you know, it's more or less a lot of them want you to pay for like a subscription to tell you how to do it, and sometimes I think they're just trying to make a quick buck off of people. Ben SX, I don't know what to call you. Bence. If we MOASS, I'll build a house in Mexico. Welcome to the channel. That sounds awesome. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards a BMW. I don't want to go way overboard, but I don't want to go like, I don't know. I really see. Here's my problem, guys. Maybe you guys can help me on this. I need help. I want a stick shift, but I don't want a car that says I have a lot of money. But I don't want a Jeep either. I want something. I want something like my Dodge Challenger. And I'm afraid that the only thing that I can buy is another Dodge Challenger because I just don't think there's anything quite like that. I know there's Camaros, but I'm not fond of the Camaro. The Camaro is cool, but it's more of a sports car. I really like the muscle car feel, and I'm trying to find a stick shift muscle car, and I just can't find you know, a manual transmission muscle car anymore, unless it's a Dodge Challenger. And so I'm afraid that I might just, I mean, I really love the Dodge Challenger. I'm not really afraid that I have to go back to it, but I do want to try something different. So that's why I was kind of thinking about the BMWs. I love Acura. That was my first car, Ollie. An Acura Integra SE, a 1988, I think is what it was. 88. Yeah, that sounds right. A 1988 Acura Integra. Might have been an 87. I don't know, somewhere around there. Love that car. Absolutely love it. Tesla Cybertruck. It's funny you should say that, Joe. I was joking around and said we should tell Elon Musk that we'll sign a contract that says we each buy 2 electric cars if he buys into AMC. I would sign that contract. If he buys in with all that money that he just sold Tesla for into AMC, I'd sign the contract. Ali, you know what one of my dream cars was the NSX. It's such the new one especially, but I really fell in love with them back in the 90s, early 90s. Also made by Acura, by the way. Oh man, Salty Dog. A 1972 Dodge Challenger. Don't you wish you still had it? I bet you do. Yep, there it is. I just read what you said. I wish I still had it. I can imagine. Keep talking cars, boom boom. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow, guys. That's what this is all about. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. 4-stroke engine, the power of motion. How does the power of motion work? It's the combustible engine. And that's what we're dealing with right here. We're dealing with stocks that is a combustible engine, where volume is air and gasoline is us holding shares. Think about that for a little bit. Let that sink in. If you guys haven't read the Suck, Squeeze, Bang, Blow theory, go check it out. It's actually really interesting. And it's basically using the laws of motion, power, and trying to relate it to why we see fluctuations in volume. It's kind of an interesting read. Why do you wants the Flintstones car? Every time we get talking about cars on here, it's really popular. Guys, I gotta leave in 5 minutes. About 5 minutes from now. So I'm gonna leave you guys to your own while I go get my hair cut, and then I'll come back and spend the rest of the day with you. The NSX Type R was my ultimate dream car. Oh man. It's just too much. It's just too much. I don't think I could do it. Do you know, Salty Dog, that you can buy a Dodge Challenger? You can buy an RT Plus for less than 40? Keep your hat on for a couple more weeks. You can handle it. It's not the hat, Joe. It's the beard. It's the beard. And I'm holding it. I'm holding the beard till 90. The beard comes off at 90. Talking supercars and the AMC at 31. Yeah, it's ironic, I know. Okay, so it looks like we had a very temporary attempt to try and break out of that 31. I'm drawing the line at 31.55. If we count this as a touch point right here, even though it didn't really touch, we would have 3 touch points. But I'm going to say that that didn't touch now because we touched not that much longer afterwards. So I'm going to say we have 2 definite touches on the top. We'll probably come back down a little bit here. Maybe we meet up with, I don't know, at the bottom of the line down here somewhere. Drive back up again, probably test that line a 3rd time, come back down some more, maybe meet this level of, let me draw it out for you guys. I'm going to draw it out, and we'll do a playbook possibility. So price drives down. Let's do something about like that. There. There, and then I'm not sure how high that's going to go, so I'm just going to put it right there and end it. But the breakout right there, possibly around like 14, 16, which is actually, it's not far off from where I would expect. But I think this will probably come back down. You know, the power hour, they'll try and drive this price back down a little bit. Drive the price back down below that 31.55 level, and then we'll see our run up maybe in the last hour. Hold on, I gotta sneeze. Oh, there was that sneeze from like 2 hours ago. Finally came out. Yeah, NSX Type S got me drooling, but don't know if I want to spend 200K for a Honda. I'm with you, Israel. That's what I sat there and I was just sitting here thinking, like, I can't. As much as I would love to have the car, I wouldn't take care of it like I know I should. So I'm going to leave you guys with this pattern. Ignore this ascending parallel line here. I will take out the extended hours just so you can see how we're moving on this. The movement down here does look like it would take us to the bottom side of that, or the middle point. It looks like it might take us to the middle point of that ascending parallel channel, and then going down and then breaking back out again. So it looks like we are traveling up this ascending parallel channel here pretty nicely, at least on the top side. Not bad at all. Looking pretty decent. All right, I think I'm going to leave you guys looking at this just about like so. I shouldn't take more than an hour and a half, I would imagine, to get my hair cut. I mean, that almost seems like it's too long, too. I can leave you guys with some music, but it's just going to end after it ends. It won't be able to continue to play. I'm just going to say back by 1:30 at the latest. I can't imagine it taking longer than that. If it does, I'll let you guys blame the hair, whatever you call them, hairstylist. Haircut time back at 2:30 or 1:30. All right, I'm gonna leave you guys with some music, but it's obviously it'll quit playing. It'll just be over. I'll play the longer of the 2 music portions. So it'll give you 25 minutes of music. All right, guys. I'll see you back when I get back, and try not to have too much fun. I will probably pull you up every once in a while on my phone and chat through the chat box there, or the live chat. I'll see you guys back here in I don't know, probably around an hour and a half to 2 hours. See ya. Are you guys ready? Are you? Here it comes. Ah, there it is. There's the haircut. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Is it good? I don't know. I guess we'll see. I'm just gonna throw a hat on. I'm just gonna throw a hat on this thing. Oh, my dog, he thinks this is great. Oh, gotta put my hat on. I never put my hat back on right in front of the hairstylist just because I don't know, I feel like that's kind of disrespectful. Oh, man, and the beard. I'll tell you what, guys. If the beard kept trimmed like this constantly. Oh, shoot. Hold on a second. My phone's going. Here it comes. If I constantly was able to keep my beard trimmed like this, I probably wouldn't mind it so much. Well, not a bad line drawing to kind of tell you guys where this is going. It wasn't perfect, but you know, not too shabby. It looks to me like we've got 1, 2, 3, a fourth top, and never a breakout. So there's definitely something going on here, right? Something's a little fishy. Something's a little fishy here. You can see with this hard breakdown right here, I would suggest that there's, you know, they're either borrowing shares. The only thing that matters is what your wife thinks of it. That's probably very true. So let's take a look at, thanks Mandara, I appreciate it. Let's take a look at what's going on. Yeah, I saw that, Sean. I saw that video where he said that they were using Grindr to talk amongst themselves. That's pretty funny. All right, let's do a little technical analysis. Although it is kind of fun to watch what's going on right here. It looks like it's going to try to rip out. Let's just watch it for just a second longer here. I brought a coffee. I had to go get a coffee, guys. I haven't had coffee in like 2 mornings now, so I had to stop and get a coffee on my way. Not sure it'll mix well with the beer that I'm going to have here in about 30 minutes, but you know, it is what it is. I do what's best for the community. Such a rough life. Oh man, I'll tell you what, it feels so much better having it just like all trimmed up and feel good. I feel really good. What's our volume at here? Volume is at, ooh, really low volume. Super low volume here. Super low volume. Where's that stand? Yeah. Well, I kind of suspected that there was going to be a little bit lower volume today, so I adjusted my numbers for volume prediction just slightly. Oh, Sandy wants to see the haircut without the hat. Hold on a second. I'll take it back off. Got a little extra forehead showing. Whenever they cut it really short like that, I can't see this other side, but whenever they cut it really short like that, I got those receding hairlines really popping in there, nice and good. Yeah, those are just beautiful. Oh boy. I could do that thing where like people like they grow out the hair and then they like shove it forward and then plaster it to their head so it looks like they've got no receding hairline. But I just don't care. I just wear a hat anyways. There's something about hats. I like hats. Hats make it really simple to just go about your life without even caring about what's going on with your hair. It's like cats. It's like owning a cat. When you own a cat, you pet it when you want to. You don't have to cut, like, it's not like a dog where it's like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love dogs. I have a dog. You know, but the dogs are always like needy. It's like, love me, love me, love me, love me, love me, love me. A cat's like, you pet it, it tells you when it's done, you tell it when you're done, and it moves on. Same thing with a hat. You put a hat on, and it's just kind of like, you don't have to worry about your hair anymore. You just, it's nice. Thank you. Got to get rid of this beard, though. Hats don't randomly bat stuff off your coffee table. It depends. Are you ducking in and out and weaving? Because if you are, that bill gets in the way sometimes. It might knock something off the table. No, I actually didn't have to tighten it a couple notches. Usually, my hair doesn't usually, it used to do that. It doesn't do it anymore. I guess my hair is maybe thinned out compared to what it used to be like. Although I have really thick hair, though. Technical analysis, guys. Let's do it. I know it's a half hour past the time, but I kind of want to see what's going on here. I'm a little shocked that we've had a fourth touch point in here without breaking out. That concerns me just a little bit. You know, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 touch points, almost a fifth touch point, and you could almost count this one as a touch point. So there's lots of weird stuff going on here. So I want to see what's going. I want to see what the numbers are showing. So let me take you over to the other page. All right, let's see what the off exchange is doing first. 54.25 an hour and a half ago. Oh no, wait, it was longer than that. Like 2 hours ago. Well, however long it's been, since like 11 a.m. 11, 12, 1, 2.5 hours ago. It's now at 54.27. That's kind of low. It's definitely kind of low. Let's update Vortex. $1.79 million shares. That's a little bit less. It was 1.86 2.5 hours ago. So just a little bit less on loan there. So they did return some shares. That's going to lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float just slightly to 18.68. Taking a look at the options chain. Highest amount of calls still at $35. It was 10.4 thousand contracts 2.5 hours ago. It's now 14.6. And on the put side, it has flipped. It is now a $31 strike price, from 25 to 31. It was 6,000 options 2.5 hours ago at 25. It is now 9,000 options at 31. That gives us a $4 spread between the calls and put volume, and maybe 1.5 to 1 ratio. Or 1.5 more times the amount. I can't speak right now. Let's see. So that puts us at about a closing price of maybe around 33, 32, 33 possibly. That's at least what the options are kind of signaling for. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC in 9th position with a 57% buy to 43% sale. GameStop in 25th position with 69% buys, nice, to 31% sales. It appears since I've been gone that they've borrowed an additional 150,000 shares, giving us a grand total of 3.9 million shares borrowed for the day-to-day. Currently, we have 20.1 thousand contracts in the money on the calls, 78,000 contracts out of the money on the puts. This number is dropping. It's good. I want to see it under 100K if possible. NASDAQ is up 3.06, Dow Jones is up 1.41, and the S&P 500 is up 2.04. Market is advancing over declining with 5,935 advancers to 1,505 decliners. Market really doing very, very well. It's cooking with bacon grease. The VIX is down negative 19.54%. Tesla is up 4.17, Robinhood is up 4.02, Amazon up 3.08, Cinemark up 2.59, Doge up all over the place, 0.9, GME up 5.57, AMC is up 8.89, and we have a we have an outflow greater than an inflow by 2 million, and we're up 8.89%. 2.5 hours ago, we were on pace for 55 million shares traded for the day. Currently, let's see what we're on pace for. Looks like we're on pace for about 49.75 million shares for the day today. That it's going to be right down the middle of my volume prediction between 40 and 70 million. You know what? That volume prediction is too high. I put 40 to 70, which is a 30 million spread. It should have been 40 to 60. I don't know why I put 40 to 70. It should have been 40 60. I was only supposed to give myself 20 million. I can't count. That's why. I can't believe it's taken me this long to realize that I had a 30 million spread there. Oh. On the daily interval, it looks like we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.21. On a 1 hour interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 65.01. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 69.51. It's already had a double top on that, which means it's probably going to come down here, so we probably see some consolidation. That's at least what it's signaling for. Doesn't necessarily mean that's what's going to happen. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.98. That 30-minute interval is really missing some data. We're seeing a lot of swings that are taking place on less than a 30-minute period of time. So when you look at the chart for 30 minutes, it's mainly just upwards momentum. Very similar to just upwards momentum here. I guess what I meant to say was very similar to just a nice drive in price. You'll see that at 32.38, I still have that number marked from yesterday from when we had a, let me draw it out here. I don't know why I deleted it. Well, let's go back to the 1 minute and draw out yesterday's pattern. Oh man, come on. It was a broadening ascending wedge, or ascending broadening wedge rather. So this was it right here. And I suggested to you guys that the price that it should get up to is $32.38. It did break out of that, and the result should have been, once it retraced down to the second touch point on the bottom, which it did, it should be breaking out to that 32.38 level. So we've got price moving all the way up here, driving up, still increasing. It's been a very slow climb, but it has been a climb. 32.30, I think 32.38 still might be in play, especially with our current daily pattern here showing a bullish flat, bullish triangle. But I can almost guarantee you guys that if we do break out of this bullish triangle and we head up and we touch that 32.38, I can almost guarantee you that there's going to be a knee-jerk reaction heading back down. So what might need to happen is maybe just some very slow movement here going into the aftermarket hours, consolidation in the aftermarket hours, and then possibly tomorrow morning breaking out and finally touching that 32.38 mark. Let's see what you guys are writing. Maybe it's the beer that's holding us back. Maybe. It might be. Who knows? 33 is 9-day simple moving average. We will go to test it. If we close above it, we will consolidate before going up more. If not, we will go to mid-20s again. Ooh. Sean, them some harsh words, man. I mean, like I've said before, I would never put a synthetic price failure out of the realm of possibilities. I mean, we are at a new high, though. I do need to record this new high of 3168. So that's going to change our markers. So 3168 is now 25.2% up from 2531. Oops. Okay, so 2550 would be the new bottom. So let me go ahead and move up this this blue line, because that's pretty far up. Oops, I didn't have that locked. 2550. Which is funny because you said mid 25s, that's it doesn't get much closer than that. I mean, that's pretty darn close to mid 25s. %20 down would be, nope. 25.33. Oops. Can't math. 25.33. There we go. And the 21.5% down would be 24.87 ish. So this is good, because what this means is that we're moving up the bar. We're moving up the base on how far this can drop down on a synthetic price failure, which is always a good thing. It doesn't hurt as bad as that moves up. Okay, maybe this is finally the breakout here. Yes, no, maybe. Volume definitely spiked up there. Oh, I wanted to show you guys something. AP sent me those pictures, and I forgot to show you guys. I think it was this one. All right, let me show you guys a picture here. Man, we still didn't break out. They're really resisting that 31.54 price. Okay, so this is what I'm going to show you guys. Let me take a screenshot of this. So let me just show you something real quick. I'm gonna take everything away here for just a minute, just because I want to show you something. So, so the blue line is AMC. I believe that this line is VIX. And this line is Bitcoin. Grr. There we go. So what I want to point out to you guys is that there was an inverse relationship to Bitcoin and AMC. Well, I didn't even write AMC. Boy, that's ADD for you right there, guys. If you want to see how ADD works, you never finish your thoughts all the way through it before you move on to something else. So this is this point right here. So you see Bitcoin dropping right here, but you see it dropping before you see the rip up in January of AMC, right? And then after we rip up and we start coming back down, then you see Bitcoin driving back up. So it's inverse. There's an inverse relationship here. Price moves up on Bitcoin. Price kind of moves up here on AMC as well. But if you really analyze this and you drive down in on these, wherever you see these dips, you see the spikes. You can't really see it on this page here because it's this is sent from his phone. But we went through it and we were looking at everything, and every time this seemed to dip in here, you had these like run-ups. So then you have this like massive dip in Bitcoin, just absolutely massive dip, and you see a huge run-up. So here's point number 2 where it's an inverse relationship. Okay. Then AMC starts to fall in price. Bitcoin starts running up right afterwards. Well, not right afterwards, but a while afterwards. And then somewhere right around this point, it's no longer inverse. There's no longer an inverse relationship. As price runs up on AMC, price also runs up on, and then you got a little bit of a downwards fall here where Bitcoin starts forecasting what's going to happen to AMC, and Bitcoin starts to drop and AMC starts dropping right afterwards. Then you got a run up in Bitcoin, and then right afterwards you have a run up in AMC. A fall on Bitcoin starts just before the fall on AMC. So now all of a sudden you have a proportional relationship, right? So you have inversely proportionals over here, right? And then sometime right around this time, which was in August, you have it switches over to where now there's like an almost a forecasting of the futures with Bitcoin and AMC. Very, very strange. And there's multiple points in here. I'm not circling everything, but there's multiple points in here where you can look at it and say like, yep, I can see where, things are lining up, right? You can see them in here. The VIX, on the other hand, the VIX is almost always done a forecast in advance, where there was a run up on the VIX over here, right here. And it was forecasting the run up in January. There's a run up right here. It forecasts the run up right here. There's a run up here in VIX right here before the June run up, May-June run up. And there's a lot of little tiny bumps in here, and a lot of these kind of correspond with some of our movements. And then you got the run up right here, and our price fell. But I think that what's going to happen here is that this run up right here is going to signify another run up again in price on AMC. So, but we were trying to hypothesize, why would Bitcoin go from an inversely proportional relationship in the beginning half of the year and the second half of the year becoming more almost forecasting what's going to happen to AMC in advance? And part of my theory is that there may be, maybe some people are pulling out money out of AMC that they're making and throwing into Bitcoin. So I wanted to ask Bondaro, have you been buying Bitcoin? Anybody been buying Bitcoin since August? I mean, that's the question. We need people to be honest and tell us if they've been buying Bitcoin since August. Because if there's if the relationship is that after the June run up, some apes have been pulling out some of their money and then investing it into cryptocurrencies, then that could be the reason why we're seeing a flip over, a difference in the pattern. But anyways, that's stupid stuff that I talk about when I'm not talking to you guys. But there's got to be a reason why we would see such a weird shift in how Bitcoin is trading to AMC, and now it's almost forecasting the futures. And if we go and look at Bitcoin right now, let's see what's happening to it. Let's see here. There's our drop. There's our drop last week. It's not running up, but it's definitely going back up. Yes, Eric. Take a poll so it's secret. A secret about what? What are we taking a poll on? I missed it. Take a poll on shaving the beard? What's the poll on? Oh. Okay. Not a bad idea. I'm not trying to out anybody here. This is not me trying to out anybody. You guys, I'll put in a couple different. Let's see. Let me ask it. Let's see. I feel like this is such a loaded question. I don't know if I want to ask this though. I feel like it's so abrasive, and I don't want to. I don't want to cause. Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to cause any issues. I really do want to take this poll, Eric. I really do. But I feel like by taking this poll, I just typed out the entire question too. I feel like taking this poll could, cause fighting in house or whatever, and it's not worth it. It's just hypothesis, right? It doesn't really matter if people are doing that or not. I'm just trying to understand why you would see an inverse relationship to Bitcoin during the first part of this year to AMC's movements, and then all of a sudden halfway through the year, well, more than half. I guess it would be what, 2/3? 2/3 of the way through the year. No, 2/4. Wait, what is that? I guess it is halfway. August? It's the 8th month. A little over half. We'll just say that. A little over halfway through the year, all of a sudden, it flips. And now you have a proportional relationship. Or not proportional, it's a similar relationship. So like when Bitcoin, almost like Bitcoin is forecasting what's going to happen to AMC, which is, I find super odd. Because before in the past, what we were saying is that, I think everybody felt like they were robbing, meaning hedge funds, were robbing cryptocurrency to help pay for liquidity or problems that were happening in meme stocks. And if that's the case, then the current everything that's all the data from August going forward does not match up with that thesis at all, at all. But what it would match up with is if by chance the hedge funds knew where the money was going and were attacking cryptocurrency to take money from there, knowing that that was going to be a place where the money was going to be put after a run up on AMC, then that would be a way for them to be able to take money back from money that they lost on some of the meme stocks. Do you see where I'm going with that? Like if they know where the money's getting stored, then they can go take it. So while they may be losing money on day trades or swing trades, they might be trying to take it back through cryptocurrency. Okay, that's an awesome answer. I appreciate your honesty, Bondaro. That's awesome. I'm right with you on that one. To be honest, I'm right with you. I think it's incredibly it's such a I don't know, cryptocurrency scares the crap out of me. When I try to wrap my brain around the idea of how cryptocurrency works, I don't like it. I just don't like it. So I stay away from it too. So as Rule's saying, saw a video by Simulate and Trade. He said that Bitcoin drop has something to do with Tether. I'm gonna have to look into that. I'm gonna look into that, as Rule. Thank you. If you happen to know the link to that video, if you can link me to that, I'd appreciate it. Oh man, it's 2 o'clock, guys, and I haven't finished my coffee, and it's beer time. All right, give me 2 seconds. I gotta go grab a beer. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, I forgot my other koozie. Well, it's not Halloween anymore anyways, so. Back to the ball and chain koozie. What are we toasting to today? Anybody know? I do this show every single day, and I wait until the very last minute to think about what it is I should toast to. And I have 24 hours to sit there and think about what I could toast to the next day. And what do? I wait until the very last minute every time. I guess the first thing I want to toast to is my grandmother's birthday. I don't want to say how old she is. She probably wouldn't appreciate everybody knowing. But she's a nice, healthy age. A nice, healthy age. She's had a long life. And so toasting to her for a happy birthday, that's number one. I feel like there's something else we should toast to. I guess a green day, 9% up, right? Why not? Why not toast to? I know we're currently up 9%, and that could change very quickly between now and the end of the hour. But I guess we could toast to a green day. You know, something to boost the morale a little. So cheers to my grandma, and cheers to a green day. Ooh, I can already tell that coffee and that beer is not going to mix well together. Here comes the throat gurgles. Are you ready? Here they come, Eric. I hope the last hour is like it was on Friday. I mean, look at this, guys. We're really coming down. This is a nice triangle that started at what is this? 10:16 Eastern Standard Time. We've tested once. Hard test. Let's just count the hard tests. Once, twice. This didn't quite make it, so I'm not going to count it. 3 times, 4 times. This didn't quite make it. 5 times, 6 times. Did this make it right here? Not quite, almost. We've tested this line at 31, what is this price? 31.52, 6 times. 6 times we've tested it and not getting the breakthrough. Let me take you guys over to the other page and we'll do the last technical analysis for the day, and we can kick back and just shoot the shit for a while and enjoy each other's company. Let's do this. I used to call it story time at work. When you come down to that last hour, and you know everybody kind of gets a little bit lax towards the last hour. That's when I always used to call it story time. Somebody would have to tell a story. You got to make the last hour work count. You know, you got coworkers. You got to find out about them. Who are they? You know, who are you working with? What do they like? What do they do? Sometimes telling those stories are really good. Okay, moving over Stonko Tracker here. Moving over Fidelity, and off exchange 54.27 a half hour ago is now at 54.47. Ortex currently showing 1.76 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. Let's see here. That is just ever so slightly down from 30 minutes ago. It was 1.79 down to 1.76. It's going to keep our estimated short share interest of the free float pretty much the same number. Updating those options. at a $35 strike price. 30 minutes ago it was 14.6 thousand contracts for the calls. It's now at 15.1. And at a $31 strike price, there was 9,000 contracts. It's down up to 9.4. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC in 9th position with a healthy 56% buy to 44% sell ratio. It's definitely weakening. Volume is up because we're in the top 10 list, but our buy orders over sell orders are not as strong as they were. It looks like we're gonna end the day breaking the 2-week trend. We're breaking the 2-week trend to where we're not going to close the day above 60.40, which is unusual considering the price is rising up. But yeah. Oops. GME I think was in 25th position 30 minutes ago. Now 29th, so they're losing volume as well. 69% buys to 31% sales. Nice. That's where they were an hour or half hour ago. Still the same. Just moving down in volume. No new shares having been borrowed in the last hour. 20.1 thousand calls are in the money for the contracts. 78,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts. Number is still over 100K. The NASDAQ is up 3.03%. Dow Jones is up 1.46. S&P 500 is up 2.07. We currently have more advancers and decliners with 5,980,000 advancers to 1,475 decliners. The market's doing really nice. Looking good. VIX is down negative 19.24%. Tesla is up 3.9%. Robinhood is up 4.43%. Amazon is up 2.99%. Cinemark is up 3.43%. Doge is up 0.92%. GME is up 5.64%. And AMC is up 9.1%. Our inflow versus outflow is separated by a less than a point spread between it. Absolutely ridiculous. We're right inside my target for volume for the day today. If we divide this out with 50 minutes left, looks like we're on pace for about 47 million shares by the end of the day. 47.25 to be exact. On the daily interval, Vortex indicator showing more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 38.7, which is definitely increasing. Very nice increase there, day over day. On a 1 hour, looks like we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI of at 66.74. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI of 73.06. So way overbought right now. Way overbought. On a 5-minute interval, looks like we had a little bit of a flip over here. We had more selling pressure than buying pressure, and then it flipped right back over again. And it's crossing over once again. So more selling pressure than buying pressure right at this very second, and RSI is almost down the middle at 56.58. Looks like consolidation. Looks like pretty big consolidation. So much consolidation. Look at the candle wicks on these. Can you guys see that? There's so much consolidation here. Here's the big slap to the face, like, no, you're not. No, you're not going to break through here. Not on my watch. Looking at AMC Entertainment's recent whale trades, a whale with a lot of money to spend has taken a noticeably bullish stance on AMC Entertainment. Looking at options history for AMC Entertainment, we detected 13 strange trades. Taking into account the volume and open interest on these contracts, it appears the whales have been targeting a price range from 28 to 33 for AMC Entertainment over the last 3 months. Volume and open interest development in terms of liquidity and interest. That the mean open interest for AMC Entertainment options trades today is 5,081.43 with a total volume of 20,967. Next earnings to be released in 92 days. Okay, here we go. Here's the push. Here's the push to keep us from going over the top here. Let me see what you guys are saying. Oh, I drink, me personally, I drink, I'm just going to say I drink amber beer. I don't even want to say what I used to drink. Like one of my favorites off tap is Alaskan Amber, but I currently am drinking something called Thirsty Goat. It's an amber ale. It's a very skunky amber ale, and I really don't like skunky beers. This one, there's something about it. I could not tell you what it is. I take a drink of it, and then I just that skunky sensation or whatever that taste is in your mouth just kind of excites my taste buds just enough to say, I think you need to put another swig in. So, and another one goes in. It really excites the taste buds in the back of your mouth. Those ones that you ever put like one of those Sour Patches in your mouth, and those taste buds in the back of your mouth just go like, "Whoa, what the heck is that?" That's what this beer does. It really excites the taste buds, and I don't know. I like it. If AMC goes to the moon, what will be the personal info of the AMC stockholder lottery winners be worth? Would it justify the cost of an NFT? Ooh, Boris. I know where you're going with that. I know where you're going with that. Hmm. Hmm. What info? Well, okay, so they would have your email address. They would have your email. More than likely, they would have an email address. So that's easy. Create one that you don't use, right? Before you sign up. One that you don't use for anything other than um, junk stuff. They might get an address, but I would suspect that most I would suspect that most AMC holders are going to be moving after MOASS. I mean, maybe not. I don't know. Um, Not that that stops them from finding you. They would know your name. I We'll have to see. We'll have to see what information they're asking for. If they ask for social security numbers and stuff like that, I don't know. I will definitely not want to give that out. Emma Fisher, I know what that vast tech stuff is. I'm gonna have to ask you not to post that, and I'm gonna actually remove that. Sorry. I don't know what that is. Why do they? I don't understand why they got to do that. When there's no abuse, I'm starting to miss it. They're turning us into what is it called? Sadomasochists. We want the pain. Give us the pain. Sean's saying I got Shiner sea salt and lime. Very nice. Now see, with the Shiner, with the sea salt and lime, you're essentially adding to that beer what it is I'm talking about with this beer that comes right in the beer. You know, that sea salt and lime excites the taste buds, opens up the palate, and really gives you that beautiful taste of whatever it is that you're eating. So yeah, man, that's awesome. I mean, he's got a point, Anthony. I think Boris has a little bit of a point. You know, your information is your information, right? If you don't feel comfortable, if you think you're a lottery ticket holder, right? If you're a lottery ticket holder, what information would you be willing to give out before you went to go claim that lottery ticket? I have to be honest, guys. Like, I've been pretty. I mean, for the most part, I've been pretty forthright, and what's the words I'm looking for? Forthright. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I've been very upfront about what it is that I've said to you guys. Like, I mean, if you looked me up, you could probably figure out where I live. You could probably figure out uh, how old I am, my birth date, probably even my phone number. You could probably figure out what kind of vehicles I drive. How much information is really safe? That's the question, right? For example, mm, when I signed up for that computer share, they asked me some personal questions. Um, One of them really kind of caught me off guard because it was about my deceased father and where he had lived many, many years ago. Um, I mean, how much of our information is really safe? So, you know, I think if somebody wants to get information on you, they will. I wouldn't let. I haven't seen what information they're collecting for the NFTs yet, so I'm kind of speaking ahead of what I should be. But I can't imagine them collecting any information that somebody couldn't already find out about you already. So um, I would probably draw the line at like a social security number. I would draw the line at things like um, I don't know, personal questions that that you just don't want to give up information for. You know, like a bank account number. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you really want to give out your checking account number and routing number and all that kind of stuff? Probably not. This looks like that chair pattern. Yeah, sure does. Where we got, remember the third chair that we got to, where it came down, went across, came down, came back up, and then did like a third leg, like I called it the fork. It does look like the beginnings of that. We did break out of the triangle. They definitely got us outside of it. I don't know, man. I get what you're saying, Boris, but you know, the extent of that information would probably be to advertise to you because you're a millionaire, right? I mean, like, you know, it's just probably going to be for advertisement purposes. The volume bar on this one right here was 252,000, which is just over the amount that I like to see. I like 250,000 a minute is what I want to see. The rest of these are around 100. These over here are 60, 70, 80. And then these were back just over 100. I feel like this was an attempt, a fake attempt to try and tip this down below below our wedge here. Fake dip out. Did I read your question? I did not read your question. Did you post it up here? Let me look. Let me look. You actually have a unique color on my page here. You got a brown color. Let's see the haircut. Very nice. Stop worrying so much. You're looking handsome. I did not see your question. Oh, is there another gap fill that that's needed to be filled? There is. There is, and it's what it's literally what we're filling right now. So if we go back out to the day, and you take a look at what's in here, I would argue. Actually, let me come out to the hourly, because it should show a little bit more information. So there's a gap. The gap right here is 25. You know, it was a rundown. We had a rundown and then a pretty hard move through there. So I want to say the gap was already kind of filled, but it was only over a day, right? It was a day run right back through it. So we went right through it between 25.33 and 32.38. We ran right through it, came back down, went right through it again. So it kind of looks like the gap got filled back here, but if it wasn't really filled, then that could be the gap that we're filling currently, right? Because I guess we kind of dipped into that right here in August. Not a whole lot of filling in here. It was either dip down into it and breaking out really quickly. So yeah, this could be a gap fill at that range. This definitely looks like this is a lot of gap filling in here at that range. But a breakout above 32.38 would be a pretty massive break. You know, if we broke past that, we could see a pretty big run afterwards. They borrowed more shares. Let me check it out. Yeah, that was earlier. I already counted those. So far, I'm seeing about 3.9 million shares borrowed for the day today. And borrow changes at 1.42, which means that they've used They used a little less than half to short the price down. The rest of it may have been short interest. GD, I can't speak on that. I haven't done an in-depth reading on any of the NSCC or DTCC rule changes. I usually rely on other YouTubers to do that, just because it's tough for me to go through those. I have a hard enough time going through our earnings reports when they're released. Those are difficult enough for me. I think a lot of us have our strong points, and then we also have our weak points. I don't know what mine are. Who cares? But whatever those weak or strong points are, that's what I do. I rely on other YouTubers or DD on Reddit or you guys or Twitter. Doesn't matter where it comes from. As long as I can get people who can look up that information and find it, that helps me out. So looks like we've got just about 32 minutes left in the trading day today. They are giving that last push. We have about 15 minutes to get through here. This is the last push to push down beyond, getting us down as low as they can get this before it closes out. I know Monty's taken a pretty good look at it. I haven't seen him here today, and I actually reached out to Monty this morning and didn't hear back from him. So I hope he's okay. Oh man. You're right, GD. It's not like him to miss one of these, so hopefully everything's okay. And I'm pretty sure he would have, if it had been something that he could have notified me about, he would have. So his mind's on something else, and that's, life happens. I'll give him space. I actually haven't seen him since Monday. Since, I guess, last Friday, really. I'm pretty sure he was on the space call on Sunday. Sean, I gotta talk to you. Sean Alexander. I feel like when I say your first and your last name, I feel like that's like something your mom probably did quite a bit. Sean Alexander. We need to get together and talk in a Discord or Skype or something like that. I typically want to talk to most of the people that I have as moderators, and I've had you as a moderator on here for a little bit. So if you have an opportunity to be able to touch base with me, I'd like to just have a one-on-one conversation with you in person, if you don't mind. You're not in trouble. Nothing in trouble. It's just that I really do like to get to know the people who are moderating on the channel, and I've got you on here, and I really appreciate all the input that you have. So if we could just have like a one-on-one conversation at some point when you have the time. When you have the time, I will make the time. So you just let me know. You know how to contact me. We have approximately 13 more minutes left before we may see this thing reverse. We can do it through Skype or either Skype or Discord. Or we could even do it through a space call on Twitter. It's up to you. Your choice. Whatever is most convenient. And I will always assume that you're extremely busy and I won't take very much of your time. I promise. To start off with, I'd rather not, if you don't mind. To start off with. We can get to that level. We can get there. You're retired? Oh, perfect. Me too. What do you do all day? I watch AMC. What do you do? But yeah, I mean, you can reach me through Reddit or Twitter as far as like just contacting me in a private message, and then we can go through that and figure out how we can contact each other for voice message, like a actual contact. Come on, Sean. I know you got Skype. Us retired guys have Skype at the very least. What's a phone? You know what, GD? I can't wait for the day to where our phones take over our computers. I really can't wait for that. Sean, I'm going to make you go outside your comfort zone. I'm going to make you go outside your comfort zone and download Skype at the very least. It's not that hard, buddy. You can do it. I know you can. You're a very intelligent person, I can tell. GD, have you ever seen a kid from today? Like, if you give him a phone, you're like, "How do you think you?" I did this to my son. We were walking through an antique store, and I showed him one of those rotary dial phones, and I said, "How do you think you call somebody on here?" And he picked up the phone handle and he started pushing into the holes, and he's like, "Somehow this must push." So then finally he figures out that the thing spins, and he's like trying to figure it out, and it cracked me up so much. I thought that was the most hilarious thing I've ever seen. I thought it was great. It's not no. I'm not worried about catfishing. It's just that I think it's really important that me and the moderators have at least one talk. I'd prefer more, but Adult Drowned, I will have the space call running at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, and the way you can join is by going to my Twitter. When I start it, I will post a tweet saying that I've started the space call, and it should have a button on there. I highly suggest using a phone to do it. If you use a phone, you'll be able to listen and talk. If you just use a computer, you may not be able to talk and just only be able to listen. But if you click on the Start Listening button, it'll just take you straight into the chat room, or the space call as they refer to it as, and that's how we can talk. You know what I used to do, Sean? As a kid, I always used to see if I could dial the wrong numbers and get just the right amount of clicks. Like, if you don't fully take it, if you're supposed to put in a 4 and you hit 5 and take it around until you get to the 4 and then let go. I used to do that as a kid a lot. Always trying to. I thought it was funny. I don't know. Pulse dialing. I used to get so good at one of the other things I used to do is when we used to have dial-up modems. You remember back in the day when the dial-up modems happened and you'd hear the connection between your computer and the other computer, and you'd hear it through the motherboard speaker, or maybe I guess it was the modem speaker. Maybe I don't know. Anyways, I used to be really good at being able to hear the baud rate, and I could almost guess what my connection rate was going to be just based off the sound. I used to have a fun time predicting what the rate was going to be. GD, no, absolutely not. 100% no. As long as synthetic price failures are in play, the 20s will not be out of play. Our most current high is 3168. Is that correct? Let me just make sure. Yep, 3168. I'm going to shrink this down a little bit, and I'm going to show you what's in play with a synthetic price failure. These values, this red, white, and blue down here, and I hate the fact that I have it set up as red, white, and blue, but these values, 2550, 2533, 2487, those are still in play. Very, very much in play. So until we can get our 20% rate outside that zone, those are still in play. $14.4, $28.8, 30, what was it, 36.6, 30, 48, no, I forget what the numbers were. I guess it would just be double, right? 56.6. So Don, every Monday I put out a price prediction for everybody to make their own guess. And this week we had the highest amount of votes for 35 to 40 plus. I particularly myself was guesstimating somewhere between I was actually guessing just under 40 by the end of this week. So I guess I would have been in part of that group. But with 127 votes, 38% of those people chose that value. In second place would have been the people who chose 21% of the people chose 20 to 25 as their closing price for Friday. Actually, I'll just post it back up here. You can see. There it is. So one thing I remember last time we had an earnings report with GME and somebody said, "Oh, that means we're going to be running up." And I said, "Well, not actually." And if you go back and you look at the history on the earnings reports, we can look at it real quick here. Earnings report, I believe, is tomorrow for GameStop. And if we go back and we look at the earnings reports in the past for GameStop, I'm going to show you something here. So every time you see an E here on the page, that's an earnings report for GameStop, right? AMC is a little bit different than GameStop. So here's an earnings report right here. They had the day of the earnings report and 2 days after was down. So there's one. Here's a second one. The day of the earnings report was up, but then they had like 5 straight days down afterwards. Here's the next earnings report. Day of and 2 days after, down. Another earnings report. Day of and 5 days after, down. Another one. 3 days down. Day of and 2 days down after. So historically speaking, whenever GME has earning reports, there's typically downwards movement. That's not necessarily the same case for AMC. AMC is a little bit different. But yeah, so I don't know. I did read a news article. If we go back over here to GameStop, we'll see you'll see that there's a news article up here that what to expect for the Q3. I think the earnings preview for GameStop. I think this was it. Their EPS is supposed to be their reported. It says right here, analysts estimate GameStop will likely report an EPS of negative 0.52. Now I'm going to pull this up over here, and this is a fundamental. I'm going to pull this up over here, and their EPS is currently negative 3.3. Getting it down to that number that I just read off, what did I say, negative 0.52, it should be, to me, that would be a bullish. It's still not positive. It's still not positive, but it's still better. It's better than it was, and they, there's a lot of things that are likely in the near future that's going to increase their price. So if fundamentally, if you want to look at this and say, well, yeah, but they're still not net positive on their earnings per share, then okay, it probably won't be good enough to see fundamental price movement. But I still see it as good improvement, though. That's a heck of an improvement. Does it matter? Does it matter what they're going to be versus what we're going to have? To be honest with you, Don, I don't even know if earning reports really do anything anymore, one way or the other. I really don't. With these meme stocks, I just don't feel like earning reports have any impact whatsoever. In fact, it probably has the exact opposite effect. A good earnings report with these meme stocks means downwards pressure. That's what it feels like. GD said, Casey, you said you like Phil Collins and appreciate good music. Check out Leonard Skinner's channel. Oh, I said Leonard Skinner. I'm trying to read it from here. I need to zoom in. Leland Sklar channel was studio basis for many awesome acts through the years. Tells cool backstories. I'm gonna have to check that out. I'll put that on I'm gonna highlight it, copy it, and paste it. I'll check that out later tonight. Thank you. Rick Beto. Good old Beto. You want a good guy? Oh, GD, you gotta check this guy out. This guy's hilarious. You're gonna die. You will die laughing. You have to check this guy out. Hold on one second. I'll tell you who it is. I found this guy, and he's a pot of gold, an absolute pot of gold. I don't even know who he is. He's probably somebody, and I just don't even know who he is. One second. Pat Finnerty. I don't know who Pat Finnerty is. I've never looked him up to see who he is. Maybe he's a somebody I don't know, and but the very first video that I ever saw dude, I cried. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. I cried a little bit after I saw this video, but he says, "What makes this song stink?" And his episode 3 was the first video that I watched, and it was about Weezer's Beverly Hills. And my God, at the end of his video, how long was his video? 33 33 minutes and 54 seconds. I was shedding tears. I loved, he wrapped up everything so beautifully. You got to watch this guy from the beginning. Go watch this guy from the beginning. I'm gonna give you the link. I'm gonna give you the link to him. But you watch this guy. This guy's a pot of gold. Absolute pot of gold. I wish I could be as funny as he is. Let's see. This is the link to his first video. I'm telling you right now, pot of gold. You're gonna die laughing. Maybe start with the Weezer one. The link I just gave you is the link to the very first video that he did. Why this song stinks. But if you're a musician and you love hearing somebody break down a song as to why it's really legitimately bad, watch these videos. Watch these videos. GD, I know. I was sitting there going like, how in the world could you rip on Weezer for 33 minutes? He's a genius. This man is a genius. Watch it. Just watch it. You're gonna love it. He's funny. Sorry, I got real passionate there for a second. Yeah, just go watch him. He's a good guy. Does excellent music. Pat Finnerty. God, I'd love to hang out with that guy. I have no idea how I came across his channel. No idea whatsoever. Just totally random happening. And absolute pot of gold. Boris saying that's 37 trading days worth of failure delivers. 95% are naked shorts. Doesn't count as short interest as failure delivers. I see one point in August there was about 40 million. Wait. Where are you getting this information from, Boris? Hold on a second. Did we just have failure to deliver's report? It doesn't look like it, doesn't it? Where are you getting those numbers from? You know where I live, what town? Sean, it's been. You live here with me, don't you? We're in the same town, I think. If we're in the same town, we'll just meet up. We'll get a beer. We'll talk person, face to face. Fish killer? Nah, man. I would love to tell you. I would love to tell you what kind of action we're going to see. What kind of action we're going to see in the after hours today, but that is so unpredictable. I mean, you think it's bad when I come in here and people ask me during the market hours. Me trying to predict what's going to happen in the aftermarket hours is anybody's guess. Some of the weirdest, craziest things happen in aftermarket and pre-market hours, which is why I really stress to you guys all the time. You need to make sure your broker has after-hour and pre-market trading abilities, because I almost guarantee you guys that you're going to see some crazy action when the MOASS happens. You were going to wish that you had the ability to trade during those hours. So that's why I really stress it. SEC beta no longer available. SEC website had a compressed chart. Boris, I really want to know where you're getting this information from. SEC website? I'm gonna give you admin access for a second so you can post that if you don't mind posting that up in the chat, in the live chat. Holy smokes. Oh, it is so close, guys. My price prediction today is 30.5 to 33.5. Oh, that's right, Sean. I remember you're in quarantine. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry, I forgot. Hmm. We need to figure something out, Sean. Do me a favor and at least just send me a message through either Reddit, a private message through Reddit or Twitter, at the very least. Boris, I really want to see a link, man. Come on, find me that link. You got to find that. I'm going to have to look that up. I want to see all this data that you're finding here. Oh man, it's going to be close, guys. My price prediction is so close to what we're at right now. All right. All right, sounds good, Sean. Active. Come on, 40. I'll be happy with 31. Let's just get 31. Baby steps. Oh, the haircut's good. I like the haircut. I really like the beard trim. I don't feel like I'm eating my beard right now. My beard feels softer. Ugh, it feels so nice right now. I could almost deal with this. Active, you're cutting me out here too early. We still got time left. Don't kick me out the door yet. We still got a little bit of time. And I'm not even saying anything. Can I finish this beer before the end? Ooh, I got about a minute here. Let's see if I can finish this thing. I can't believe it takes me an hour to drink this beer. It's way too long. Doesn't stay cold enough. Gone. Now I get to go wake my wife up, breathe in her face, and go, "Good morning." She gets to smell the beer and go, "Ugh, ugh." nice skunky beer breath. Gotcha, Sean. I'm all over it. Okay, guys, it's that time of day. You know the rules. Eat, sleep, drink. Prepare your mind for tomorrow. Saint Monet's dad is drinking eggnog with bourbon. Enjoying your stream. Cheers, mate. Cheers. I need to break out the eggnog with some bourbon. That sounds delicious. As usual, guys, eat, sleep, drink. Spend time with your family. Spend time with friends if you don't have family. Spend time with your animals. I don't care. Get your mind prepared for tomorrow. There's always tomorrow. But above all else, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
She packed my bags last night, pre-flight,
Ground control to Major Tom.
0 hour, 9 a.m.
Ground control to Major Tom.
And I'm gonna
Take
be
your protein pills and put your
high
helmet on.
as a kite by then.
Ground control to Major Tom. You're a rocket man.
I miss the earth so much, I miss my wife.
Commencing countdown, engines on.
It's lonely out in space.
Ground control to Major Tom.
On
Check
such a
ignition, check ignition.
timeless
And
flight.
may God's love be with you. 2, 1, lift off.
And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me round again to find I'm not the man they think I am at home. Oh no, 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 I'm a rocket man. A rocket man burning out his fuse up here alone.
Ground control to Major Tom. You really made the grade.
And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me round again to find I'm not the man they think I am at home. Oh no, 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 I'm a rocket man. A rocket man burning out his fuse up here. Am I sitting in a tin can? Far above the world. Planet Earth is blue and there's nothing I can do. This is Major Tom to ground control. I'm stepping through the door. gonna be